Boom.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.
Yeah. It's weird.
Get him, Gary.
Woot.
We gotta do this right.
Woot. Woot.
It's weird. It's weird. That was weird starting. That was a weird beginning. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Real BBC. Bagging, boarding, and chatting. And I'm not going to be bagging and boarding anything today. Sorry. I was too busy doing this.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so good. You put a hat on.
Oh.
How
Oh
long
my
did
God.
that take you?
Oh, it took a long time, dude. Just a long time.
Yeah, man.
Did you do it by yourself or did you have help?
I did it by myself. Ah, thank you. You know what? Yes. I'll take that. Thank you. You're beautiful.
Old people, they could do things now.
We
have to stop them.
You must be
I
stopped.
don't think we should start anything before we acknowledge the pain of Zoe Kravitz.
Oh.
The third black Catwoman is calling Hollywood racist.
Oh.
The third black Catwoman.
It's very
Not the
sad.
third.
Like, think of her pain, guys. I'm talking to you, chat, too. You just don't understand. You don't understand that her parents combined aren't even worth $100 million. It's only 90. Now, if you add Zoe Kravitz's net worth in, yes, it's $100 million, but we can't count that. So pray for her. Yes, she is the third black Catwoman. Indeed.
Never crossed a black cat.
Yeah.
She's also really stupid by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
She's had some great takes over the last few days.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't. Robert Pattinson was talking about Final Fantasy VII, how he loves Final Fantasy VII, and Zoe Kravitz hasn't played the game, but thought she'd chime in with her opinion about it all.
What? I didn't hear about this. What'd she say?
Well, Robert Pattinson was admittedly poorly explaining Tifa and Aerith, and Zoe, he was like, "Oh, it's a great game. You got these like two girls, and like one of them, Aerith, she's like the healer, and she like looks after everyone." And then Zoe's just like, "Oh, typical. The woman has to look after the men." And then he was like, "And the other one's like sexy and Tifa, and she's in the little skirt. She's like a thief and stuff." And she's like, "This is everything that's wrong with society today." Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. X-ray girl. Okay.
So,
wow, what a bold new take.
Yeah, it's good. What a hot take there, Zoe. Woo. And then she's been crying racism, and she's been saying all kinds of dumb shit this last week. It's like, just shut your fucking mouth. You are talking people out of the cinema, not into the cinema.
They never learn, do they? They just don't learn.
It's about them, Nina. That's why. It's just about them.
It's crazy.
Yeah. She had to throw like Nolan under the bus or whatever. I mean, like, there's plenty to throw him under the bus for Dark Knight Rises, but like casting Anne Hathaway, I don't know. I think
it had more to do with age than anything else, which I think she also acknowledged.
Dark Knight Rises 2012. 10 years ago. How old is Zoe Kravitz now? 31, 32? So she would have been 21, 22. Christian Bale at the time was Dark Knight Rises pushing 40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been an inappropriate age gap.
It would have been kind of icky.
Yeah, in and Anne Hathaway, how old was she in it? 33, 34. Much more appropriate. But,
Mind you, I did think
particular-
Anne Hathaway sucked as Catwoman, though.
I can't remember if it was her or if it was the writing.
She wasn't great. But I mean, I even said canonically, both Jim Gordon and Catwoman are white, canonically. Even though we've had 2 black Catwomen to date, one of the Catwomen wasn't even Selena Kyle. Let's just make that clear. Eartha Kitt was Selena Kyle, technically. I don't think it was ever mentioned by name, but she was technically Selena Kyle. And then, of course, Halle Berry was not Selena Kyle. She was. We have issued a Catwoman movie, and we can't get Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yep.
So we're doing it with Halle Berry because she's popular at the moment. She got her tits out in Monster, whatever it was. Not Monster, but whatever it was. With
Swordfish.
Swordfish, that's the one.
Well, and it worked out. That film was awesome. Catwoman. Everyone's favorite.
So even if Nolan thought to himself, I want to make this canonically correct, that is his prerogative.
Yep.
That is racism. He's making it canonically correct. So even if he was put forward for the role or put herself forward for the role and they ruled her out, saying that we're looking for a Caucasian woman for this role, what do we see on every casting call at the moment? We're looking for a woman of ethnic origin, we're looking for an open ethnic role. We're looking for a black male. So they are very specific in what they're looking for. Nowadays you could argue that it is getting more towards an anti-white sentiment. But back in 10 years ago, the world was relatively normal still. So even if he canonically decided to just use that, that's fine. So Zoe, shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, and I had actor friends and that lived in Hollywood and did the whole thing. And back in the day, I mean, they used to have real thick skin because of what you just said. As it would be very specific casting calls of you need to be this race, this sex, this thing. And if they showed up, they the people would be annoyed and they'd be like, "Did you even read the casting call?" And sometimes I would call their agents and be like, "Don't even bother sending those people ever again because they can clearly not even read the casting call thing." And it's just one of those things where if you were not if you didn't fit the bill, don't even go in. And if you did go in and you get rejected, you have to have thick skin. And now everyone's fucking soy. It's
What if you
can't handle it?
We know a few actors, but even if you've heard actors being interviewed, and the question comes up of what's the most frustrating element or what's the most toughest element of your job, you always hear and this has been going on for decades and decades, is the rejection.
Yep.
The rejection. You might land a plum role, but you have been rejected 100 times, and these are famous actors that have been saying this. So rejection is part of the job, and it's something you have to deal with, and you have to have that thick skin as an actor because you've got to be rejected. You've got to emotionally accept that because you're only human at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. You've got to build yourself back up again and get back out there to try and get the next role. So saying things like what Zoe Kravitz is saying now is literally just pandering towards Hollywood. She's not helping anything. She's not adding to any conversation. She's being antagonistic for the sake of what? The sake of maybe a couple of her peers saying, "Oh, you go, girl," or maybe, and I think this is the truth. I think she's so stupid. I think that she's had such a privileged life with her rock star father and her actress mother that has basically watched. I mean, as much as I like Lisa Bonet and Different Strokes and shit, what the fuck she ever done in her life apart from marry rich? Which is something that she seems to have done pretty good. I think she's been so mollycoddled now. They literally think this is how they're reading the room. Oh, this is the things that we should say now. This is this is the voice which we should give. Man, you call them Hollywood, you call them pretenders, Hollywood pretenders, Gary, and it's just you couldn't be more correct if you tried.
And it's a shame as well because I think back then it would be like if Ryan Reynolds shows up to play Blade as an audition, they just go, dude, it's a fucking black role, get out of here. It wouldn't be like it would just be like, oh right, yeah, okay, and vice versa. I think that would have happened once upon a time. It would have been like, no, we need a white guy. Sorry, dude. Like, that's just how it works. But I think a lot of people want to try and frame it as though they were like, well, why would we hire a black guy? Gross. It's like, what? No, it's just getting the right roles, the right times.
Yep. Like
I meant the Cosby Show, by the way, not different.
And yeah, of course, they would have been racists. They still are, but like, it ain't the way that they're trying to sell it.
No, it's not like they're trying to, I guess, gender and race swap a Viking.
Oh my God, I saw
Black Queen Viking.
Yeah.
And the new and this is great, Gary, because the new God of War game has race changed some of the Nordic lore, so there's now going to be black gods. And also Amazon have announced that they're going to be doing a live action adaptation of God of War.
Oh no!
I can't wait.
Why do they keep doing this?
I know. Everything must die. Everything must die, dude.
Oh no!
So we're gonna have the most diverse Nordic lore imaginable incoming, hot off the heels of Rings of Power.
Oh my God! Did somebody put on Twitter that I guess the Black Viking Queen talking about her lineage, and she's like saying she was basically saying she's quarter black, which was fun. Laughing my ass off, dude. Like, how can anybody watch this and not laugh? I mean, I guess it's like supposed to be the Viking series with Leif Erikson, and like I don't see Leif anywhere. I just see this girl screaming. Like the trailer has like this like really skinny blonde model screaming at it's like women can scream and be crazy too. It's like, oh my God, this is the worst fucking cringe. And I said this is gonna be,
I totally agree with that.
Is gonna be so fucking bad. We're gonna see it's funny. It's like I laughed my ass off when I saw it. I was just cracking up during the whole time. I'm like, this is ridiculous. And apparently Vikings fans are mad about it. And of course they're being called racist now. And they're like, hey, historical accuracy, racist. And now like even in the article I'm going to be covering in my next video, they're trying to they talk about the Vikings thing and they're all, well, genealogy evidence shows it wasn't that, or they say we suspect it wasn't that homogenous, although we only tested like 5 bones and there might have been I mean, like,
well, that's kind of what they said about Anne Boleyn too, because they were like, we're gonna make Anne Boleyn black, and it's because she has like black ancestry. And then they like, I was like, what? It was the most
what the white light brown haired woman.
Yeah.
You mean the ancestry that goes maybe to the beginning of time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right out.
Yeah.
I mean,
was like, what?
Except for the hundreds of millions of years we some of us were up in the mountains and not I don't know maybe we're cross-pollinated from Martians. I have no idea. I wasn't there.
I was.
I know you definitely.
The Martians were pretty chill, man. Honestly.
We're spliced with Martians by the Anunnaki.
MauLer's like the predator
to mine gold.
He's the computer god.
The Martian's the one that came up with Star Wars. George stole it from him.
I love gold.
Wow.
Yeah. Most people don't know that.
What a poopy pants.
What a poopy don't talk. That's our president. We're not supposed to talk politics right now, ass. Hey, how's that patriarchy going in the Ukraine right now? And no dudes are allowed to leave.
Oh, did you see the oh my God.
Did you see the trans thing? Oh
yeah.
My God, that was so funny.
I mean, I should laugh because it's not a nice situation.
Oh.
But it was I mean it was like a reality of the meme which had been going around on Twitter which was like pictures of like very feminine women by the sink, like washing up and stuff.
Oh.
And then and underneath it would say feminists when the
draft
When drafted.
announced.
wasn't it like a Barbie commercial? It was like, first we get our cakes out of the oven, then we do and then we clean the kitchen.
I was like, oh my god, the memes turned into reality now. This is crazy.
It has. It really has.
Oh my god, I gotta find that. That was fucking hilarious.
I mean, sorry that it's such a horrible situation that it did.
Yes.
But,
Yeah.
but when life starts imitating fast, then yeah. Hey, I just want to give a quick thank you to Doug. I got this in the post today. This
It's beautiful.
pottery mug, which has been this is the only one in the world.
FNT Arizona location. Got it.
Go. And Doug has said that he's also done one and has sent one to Gary, so Gary should be receiving one, and it is just awesome. So thank you so much. You sent a beautiful letter as well, and I read your letter earlier, and it did touch me, dude. And thank you. It was lovely.
Aw.
That's what
That's
the
not
wonderful
bad.
people do. You do wonderful things like that. Just
So sweet.
It touches your heart, doesn't it?
It does. I'm sorry.
that's
I'm looking for that.
clogged arteries. So.
It's gonna be hard to find. I can't even remember when I saw it. It was like 3 days ago.
Oh, that's like 120 years.
Gee, it is. If anybody could find that, somebody put up a tweet with the Barbie commercial. It was great. I was laughing my ass off. I'm sure one of you clever people can find it.
Hey, look, hold on. There's another guest on Friday Night Real BBC. Pookie's in the corner.
What's up?
Pookie.
Who's Pookie?
It's my kitty cat. She's in the corner.
Thought
So you got
only
Belle
had-
and Pookie now?
Oh, I see.
Oh, right. Belle's her name. Pookie's her nickname. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh,
so
I
explain
know.
the lore development to us. Jeez.
Did she changed color? I could have sworn Belle was like a different color. Than that. Are you just like
why gotta be black?
blowing strays and calling them all Belle?
Dude, that's a great sort of her joke, like a new race swap cast. You're like, were they white? And everyone
Yeah.
looks at you like, what? What?
It's like the Witcher and his horses.
Roach, yeah.
Roach.
Roach. And then for us and the showrunner wanted to make a joke out of roaches there.
Mm-hmm.
I
Hey,
think, sorry, I didn't mean to. Just quickly on that. Did you guys see that clip that went around with the guy who was like, the problem with the Batman was that it wasn't funny?
What?
Are you talking about the Marvel guy? Like the Marvel bro?
Yeah, he basically says
Yeah.
like it's not like Marvel and that's bad. It's like, oh no,
Oh, no.
oh, no.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Oh,
Do you want
is
me
it-
to pull that up? I have that actually.
Oh, yeah, if you want to. A lot of
Oh,
people were
nice.
like, "This is what Marvel has done," and I was sitting there like, "He's an idiot." Anybody who thinks this is like, is it Marvel's fault that everybody likes their shit? Like, what are they gonna do? They're just gonna keep making it.
Well, the Batman has taken worldwide in its opening weekend $258 million.
Dude, seriously, like there was space for the Batman. Like there was people like, why the fuck does every single thing have to have a joke in it? And there's like there were people who were like, there was only like 2 jokes in the Batman. What the fuck? It's like, have you seen movies before? Like, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, not all of them are just like,
Yeah,
I think
have you
it was
seen
only-
movies? Do you know who Batman is?
oh,
Isn't Batman like the
Painful.
funny one of the Marvel universe?
I know. You know what? The thing about Zodiac was it just wasn't funny enough for me.
I just put it in the private chat.
Yeah, it's like when in the girl with the dragon tattoo, when she gets anally raped, I laughed.
Oh,
need more jokes. Inject more jokes. It sounds like such a studio thing as well. I don't care what your jokes are, get them in there.
Yeah, the audience like this sort of tone. They like the jokes, you know.
And then
Like
if the film
everyone
comes out
knows Marvel-
with
Well,
like,
the
no
re-
jokes, and then if you want to go first, you can go first.
You go.
If a film comes out with like no jokes, I'd love it if the studio was like, "Oh my god, jokes are evil. Jokes are bad. Stop. No jokes. Never jokes. Don't do jokes."
You were talking about this one, right, MauLer?
Yeah, it's the one that's. Look at the fucking shares on this thing.
The Batman movie was fine, dude.
Oh my god, they're like 5.
Dude, I need Entertainment Tonight music behind my live streams. What am I doing wrong?
You can do that now on StreamYard.
Hey, bonus points if it doesn't belong to you in any way, shape, or form.
I thought it'd be more fun. I don't know. It was like a Marvel movie with none of the like comedy. Like I don't think I laughed. I don't think there was a single joke in the movie.
There was, and I laughed at it.
There was like 3 moments where they had some humor in there, but it was
who's this bimbo?
tonally it was really suitable
Himbo,
humor, and I appreciated the fact that we didn't have to fucking have a joke every scene. Honestly,
This is
I
a
like that
himbo.
too.
This is definitely a himbo.
He's a himbo, yeah.
well, a lot of people say apparently he's called Ludwig as a streamer, and apparently he's good. I don't know anything about him, but this is a pretty embarrassing thing to say.
He's trying to say I could have used more levity. All right, sure. I mean, it didn't fit the movie, but like I can see that. That's probably what he meant.
I don't disagree with what he says after this. I was like,
Oh, okay. Let's keep going.
Man, take maybe. Maybe I'm just an old fucking man.
No, you're not.
No, you're a young boy.
this
But
part's
even
funny.
if it's not, even if it's supposed to be like a brooding drama, like a detective story, I think they also did a bad job at that. You know what I mean?
This is terrible.
Okay,
This part is awful.
I totally disagree with that.
Yeah,
That's
I
a very good job at setting
I feel
up the
tonally the wrong point. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a ridiculous statement.
Why isn't they say Marvel?
This part is fucking hilarious.
In my mind, if you have like what is supposed to be a great vigilante detective, Batman, and then like a guy whose name is the Riddler, you should probably have what is a fun, not like fun in like a Sherlock Holmes or what's that one of Daniel Craig, where he solves a mystery.
Sherlock Holmes is known for his humor, by the way.
I'm confused.
Where he solves a mystery. Is he talking about Rianne Johnson's?
Yes.
Knives Out.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's gonna be the worst.
I thought it'd be like that.
Knives Out. You thought Batman
Knives Out.
Knives Out? Didn't they have a guy who was a Star Wars troll or something in Knives Out? I didn't see it, so
Dude,
I mean,
well, he looks pretty, so that's okay.
Knives Out was shite. But I'm very happy that Batman isn't like Knives Out.
God,
Yeah,
Knives Out was
me too.
so bad. Like
Knives Out. I thought it'd be like Knives Out, maybe.
stop.
Hammer
Like
time.
Sherlock, the BBC series. A little fun.
Oh god,
Oh,
no.
Jesus.
No, god, no.
Oh my god, do you imagine a Batman like Sherlock? I'd fucking oh god.
I've never seen Sherlock. Is it like
The show's good. No, the show's good. Like it starts out good. It starts out.
Start the first season and then it falls off.
It fell the fuck off.
It gets terrible at the end. But I liked what dude. Everybody liked it when it came out.
It was really popular for a moment there, and then they Stephen Moffat fucking destroyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Moffat's British Jar Jar Abrams, although a little better. At least he can start something, right? But he's still
Yeah, true.
he's still a mystery box red herring motherfucker.
Oh yes, he is.
He cannot finish anything. Yeah.
Mystery box red herring motherfucker.
It's so true.
That is the scientific term for it too, my friend.
I got a thing here. We're not. Oh, Himbo's still on. Jesus.
Himbo's still on.
No, he's basically
I forgot too.
he's basically done.
Is he? Look at he's got beautiful
He's
hair.
just sipping coffee at this point.
Lovely head of hair.
Very pretty,
But-
lovely hair.
A black turtleneck on too.
The part that I think like I agree with a little bit in terms of like what I said, like I agree with him a little bit, is that like I understand why some people like him would think that first of all, if you're wanting a detective story and you think Knives Out is the best place to go to, like just stop it. I'll just say that off the bat. But like clearly he doesn't even know what detective stories are supposed to be good. But what I do agree with is that, because I thought that like Batman was a little like, for me personally, and this is like a personal thing, I think, for a lot of people, because everybody has different things that they like, is that it's a little too grounded. Like it's just so dark and gritty and grounded in our reality, like our world, that I think that there could be some, like if you have the Batman detective story kind of like I wouldn't say like like Dick Tracy style, but like a little bit less grounded and less gritty, then you can do more with it. And I think that's what he means by the fun aspect. But that I might be projecting that onto what he's saying, but I don't know.
But
Like,
then it loses its identity.
It does a little bit.
When you say the Nolan trilogy was that, like, we've done it sort of thing? That
Yes,
level
but
of grit?
yeah, but that's what I think MauLer is about this Batman, is that I think this is like Nolan was gritty enough, like it was dark and gritty, and then this one's like, I'm gonna be even more dark and more gritty and more like whatever. I don't know. I just think like we just keep going in that direction, and there could be a little bit of a change, but that's like everybody's different taste, right? So I don't know.
The thing is, Batman is a dark character. The comic isn't a funny comic. You know, you might get a little bit of a joke here or there, but very few and far between. He's a very earnest kind of a guy. The guy is driven by tragedy and vengeance and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, when you're trying to do a take on it, I mean, Tim Burton sort of really embraced the comic, you know, the comic aspect of it.
Exactly.
And gave but you know, there wasn't huge amounts of jokes, and there's a few, but the jokes came because of the joker mainly.
Exactly.
Right.
The Dark Knight trilogy was let's try and see what we can do if Batman existed in real world. Now, obviously, there's, you know, license to play with some stuff, but let's try and make it as grounded as possible. If a billionaire existed that could do this, how would it sort of play out? Maybe. And then this, I actually thought this went back to, there's two runs of comics which happened. One was called Shadow of the Bat.
Mm-hmm.
One was called Legends of the Dark Knight. And Legends of the Dark Knight particularly tended to explore some very dark themes. Shadow of the Bat, which was a more mainstream Bat title at the time, was again the darker of the books, as it tried to bring in new creativity, new writers, new artists, and see what they could do with the Batman. This film, The Batman, I believe, plays alongside those two comics. It kind of wants to get into a darker Gotham where you can sort of feel immersed in it, and keeping the detective element of it. But, you know, the film has a very specific pace. It's a very slow pace. There's not huge amount of action scenes at all. There's a lot more character building. There's a lot more detective work. So yeah, you know, I think this is very different from the Nolan trilogy so far. I don't think it stuck the landing at all. I thought the ending was terrible. The second, third act was not good at all.
But in the sense that it's closer to like the Nolan films, I'm talking about is aesthetically, like that dark and gritty feel. Like it's even darker and grittier than the Nolan ones.
That's
and
Gotham.
It's just. But
Gotham's a personality in itself.
But so is the 89 one that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's all different takes of it, right? And I feel like a lot of people like me, I like that take more than like these ones, because I feel like you can do more with them. So I wish.
Okay, you're talking about a very specific time. That Gotham was that Gotham for a very not that long a period of time. That sort of gothic aspect that was created by a guy called Anton Furst. He was the designer of Gotham for Batman 89, and he also was part of a small comic run. I think it's called Destruction or something like that, where this bomber was going around Gotham blowing more contemporary buildings down. So that the older buildings with the more gothic architecture was showing. And Anton Furst was unfortunately a man who was plagued by his demons and Minecraft himself later in the early 90s. But that was a very specific vision which only stuck around for, let's say, 5 to 10 years tops. And then Gotham sort of still maintains aspects of that, but again, it's now more of the New York, Gotham, New York, that it had been for a long, long time.
I like I think it's more of I think, Nina, what you're trying to say is if you ground something too much, you can't go fantastical with the villains. You're going to have to ground them. I mean, you might as well go full rated R at this point because you're not going to be able to make a PG-13 Joker. And like,
this is exactly
I'm
it.
not excited about discount Ezra Miller being Joker at all. I'll have to be convinced of that. Like Heath Ledger, I was down with. I am on record. You can ask people in the comic store. I was like, nope, this guy can play Joker. I like him because I saw him in the Brothers Grimm. And I'm like, he's got some chops. He's got some range. I think he can do it. I'm excited. Like this guy, all I know him from is the Eternals. And I'm like, yeah, he was mumbling through that whole damn movie. So I don't even know if he can. Maybe he can. We'll find out. But I think, yeah, you're going to have to go into probably a pretty grounded rated R space. And like, there's, people have been discussing, like, can you do a Mr. Freeze in this? Probably not.
Yeah.
It would have to be
very tough.
Yeah.
To the point where I don't even know if he'll have anything supernatural about him. He's just going to be a guy who likes cold places, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Killer Croc.
Yeah, no, like
no
Clayface
fucking way
or
they have
anything.
a crocodile, man. I don't think so. Anyway.
Condition, yeah, and that's fine. It could be a different thing, and we're cool with that. But I think everybody and his mama wants a Batman the Animated Series adaptation someday.
That's that's exactly what we want, Gary. And like, I agree with you because I watched your review, and I agree.
That's not humorous.
What? But you can have humorous parts, like the way this movie actually, I thought they did humor pretty well in terms of like the penguin like making those jokes, or like that part where they like leave the penguin in the middle of nowhere and he's like, "You're gonna fucking leave me out here!" Like it was just so funny, like the way that it was like set up. There's humor in that. Like you don't have to be like sitting there going like, ha 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 ha, it's Batman. Like,
used to offer some of the levity too when he like his little zingers to Batman, which I loved.
Yeah, exactly. The zingers to Batman, like those kind of things. Like if you have good writers, you can work those things in. Like it's all about the writing at that point. I just think that like I agree with what you said, Gary, in your review, where you said we need a Batman series where he's fucking Batman like 4th, 5th year. Like he's figured his shit out. He's not emo Batman anymore. He's not the Crow. Like he wants to like fucking beat up bad guys. He's caught the Joker a few times and like, he's out again. And like, it's just
Batman in his prime.
Yeah, Batman in his prime. Like, is that too much to ask?
They'll probably do a little time jumpy thing for the next one. You think, guys? Maybe a couple years?
Definitely.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's one good point I think that's really been brought up is because this is so gritty and earnest, bringing in those fun when I say fun villains, interesting villains that he has, is how they would fit. Because Mr. Freeze would be such a good villain if they did him properly. But I can't. We're going no spoilers with Batman here.
Are we? Are we going no spoilers with Batman still?
Chat, what we're doing? We're doing no spoilers because I just want to say one thing.
We could say earmuffs.
Just earmuff for 30 seconds, guys, if you don't want to hear something.
I'll count down for you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Earmuffs.
They should have embraced and brought in Hush. Set Hush up for the sequel. Because Tommy Elliott would have worked out to actually been a good foil for Batman, and could be done in a good way, not a bad.
I expect them to do Two-Face as well because he's much closer to like Mr. Freeze is Poison Ivy, for example. She's probably too much for this universe. Like a lady who can control plants is like this. I don't know, but Two-Face, an earnest lawyer who is trying his best to or prosecute or whatever,
Scarecrow.
and then
the only problem is you run the risk of again just walking over the Nolan trilogy with your version of it.
Yeah,
So-
which they're going to be fighting against. I mean, I don't know you guys, but that's a lot of the discussions are about whether or not it's better than Dark Knight. Like that seems to be a lot of what people talk about
with this film.
Yeah, and when it should just be, how does the film do?
Oh, this
in
doesn't
general?
touch the Dark Knight.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. And it's its own film too. I mean, I'll give the film credit. Like they really, as far as a grounded version, tried to differentiate itself in tone, color palette, pacing, everything. And I think it pulled that off for the most part. I think it did. It
did.
The only thing Dark Knight has that this film doesn't is a very tight ending. It's an extremely tight ending. The ending to Dark Knight is like, oof, man, the way that ends is great. Just great. This one, not so much.
Out of curiosity, by the way. Oh, wait, go ahead.
It's all you,
Okay.
MauLer. Go.
Well, because I don't mean to tangent, but I was curious about you guys' comparing Zoe Kravitz's Catwoman to Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman.
Well, Michelle Pfeiffer's better.
Oh my God, Michelle Pfeiffer's number one.
That is iconic shit. I mean, like the one thing, Batman Returns is, I don't know why, but it's a movie that isn't universally loved. I love it. I love it. But everybody remembers Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman as much as they remember Jack Nicholson's Joker. I mean, that's just like all-time Hollywood iconic.
I feel the same way, and I reminded myself, I was like, let's have a look at some of those scenes on YouTube yesterday, and man, here like last scene with Batman, it's fucking great.
Oh, hell yeah!
After everything as well, she is layered, she's complex, she's super interesting, and she's kind of psychotic. There's a great combination of traits going on.
I love the when they're dancing together. It's kind of it's heartbreaking. It's so good.
This is that, but that's the other thing, right? With Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, like I'm gonna go with this is the year 2 Catwoman argument, because Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman was an established Catwoman. She was fucking she had her entire outfit. She wasn't wearing this feminist nonsense, you know what I'm saying? There's just so much stuff with that Catwoman that's way better than this one. For example, we were talking about this on Midnight's Edge last night, but her literal the fucking thing that she's wearing is the feminist Pussy Riot hat that somebody made this on Twitter. And I'll just show it if you could share my screen. It's this, literally, this is the stuff that they have on her face throughout the whole movie, and we don't even get a proper outfit. You need that kind of iconic stuff for Catwoman. I was hoping that since this is the year 2 one and she's not established or whatever, that at the beginning you have this because she's starting out, but then by the end of it you get the full the full outfit, so that you're okay, that's Catwoman. The last scene when they're saying bye to each other or whatever, she's actually in her outfit. But no, we didn't get any of that.
I remembering Michael Keaton Batman trying to appeal to it by saying we're the same. We've had the same life, and he's desperate to save her to the point where he'll take his mask off. I was just like, fuck, this was pretty strong, man.
Mm-hmm.
Batman Returns is my favorite Batman film.
Me too.
It's just the studio was so fucking stupid. It's it was an upgrade from Batman 89, classic movie. A lot of people like it. It's an editing nightmare. Okay, Tim Burton was still figuring out his directing style, and his transition to scenes is fucking rough, man. It's it's chunk, and it's fine, but I fucking love Batman Returns. I've always loved Batman Returns. And I love Danny DeVito's grotesque penguin.
Me too.
Perfect. And then studio's oh my God, the kids were freaked out from this. We need to stop.
Dude, we didn't have enough toys.
I was freaked out from it in a really good way, though. I was I fucking, this guy freaks me out. When he's throwing up the black and oh my God, it was just so great, though. In so many levels.
When he wants to fuck Catwoman, she says no, and then he kills it. He's just
that was crazy.
He walks in the room and he's just just the pussy I've been looking for.
Oh God, yeah.
Just the pussy I've been looking for.
Will you share my
the
screen?
charm of that film at this point is off the charts.
So Zoe Kravitz was like doing like method acting to get ready for
Right
this.
there. That's a good mask.
That's what I'm saying. Why do you have the main mask on for this fucking photo, but we don't get it in the movie? Like, how is this even a thing? I don't understand. But I'm not sure why she's drinking lumpy milk.
On. I like
that milk looks
goggles.
That looks like it's gone bad. Look at that milk.
I think it's just the air bubbles when she's lapping, but I didn't realize that method actors took photographs to post on social media of the method acting.
Apparently they do, as evidently. But yeah, what I just think we could have gotten at this cowl thing. Like we could have gotten this at the end or something. I just don't understand how she has it for this and then not at all for the movie. It's crazy. I don't know. Crazy.
Yeah. It's so natural, that black and white photography with perfect lighting. Selfie.
I'm just impressed with X-Ray Girl just remaining as still as possible.
I know that's really crazy how she can stay out. Now she's gone. The Russians cut off the Canadian internet. Hey, Spotify's down. There was like 900,000 tweets about Spotify being down.
What? And where? In Russia?
No, here.
Oh.
Russia. Who cares about Russia? Spotify's down.
I was listening to Spotify right before the show. It wasn't down for me. That's why I was confused. Like, oh. Apparently Discord was down today. Somebody said.
Oh, I was on it.
Apparently Zoe Kravitz was down today lapping milk.
I did get Discord's
gross
update of terms of service where they can ban you for things you've done in your bathroom.
Yes. Yeah, I got that a couple of days back.
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Oh dear.
Yeah. I mean, like, I know people want to go to other platforms. I just say stay there until you get banned. Just stay there and annoy the fuck out of them until you get banned. And see if they're just putting that out there to, by the way, they can do that shit anyway. They didn't need to change their TOS to do that. It's just a fucking virtue signal. But YouTube can do it too. Believe me, if one of us does something bad on Twitch or something, YouTube will get rid of us. I promise you. I don't know if it's in their TOS.
It is. It's been there for a long time, actually.
Yeah. Hey, we got a $50 super chat from No Zaku Boy. He sees into the hearts of men and the undergarments of women. Peeping Tom. Only Tom can see a plot that to rob a nation. Can he pump hard enough to frack the maiden of moistness, the princess of Petro? I think he means petrol. The oligarch of oil, Lubarella.
Oh my god.
Lubarella.
Wow.
We're never going to get Lubarella in the Batman universe, will we?
No, we won't.
Signs point to no.
Maybe we'll one day get this if you share my screen. Maybe one day. Sherlock Batman. That's Sherlock.
Hey, Batman with a pipe would be cool, but yeah.
Black Sherlock telling jokes.
Bat Sherlock telling jokes.
Knock, knock. Who's there? I mean, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Your mama.
Your mama who?
Your mama's there, but mine's not because she's dead. She got killed.
That's not funny, Batman.
I thought you were gonna go Trailer Park Boys with it. Knock knock. Who's there? Fuck off.
Fuck off. A stupid drunk alcoholic trailer park supervisor who just fucked everything up in their life. Ricky. Come on, Ricky.
X-ray girl on the bottom where she belongs.
Hey,
Ooh.
Hey.
That's a sandwich.
That's what Mark said on his birthday.
Put the man up top. Sorry.
It's okay. We're always holding up.
Patriarchy.
Patriarchy.
Standing on the shoulders of women.
That's right.
It's the real BBC now, Gary. Come on.
Real BBC.
Uber Geek is coming in with the hot memes.
What does it say? Oh my god, I can't read.
That was
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
Need more words. Need more words.
Oh my
Give
god.
me more.
Bass Player 2011 for $50 says all these Marvel stands with the I thought it would be fun makes me laugh. Yeah, there's your levity right there. There are a lot of people calling for a Robin in the sequel, and Reeves has hinted that if there is a sequel, he wants some kind of emotional jeopardy for Batman. I thought honestly they were setting up Robin, foreshadowing with the other kid, with the kid
With
the DA's kid.
Yeah.
Not that he was going to be Robin, but they were foreshadowing Robin big time right there, I thought.
Well, apparently they were because of that the Tim Drake character from Titans, whatever, is the kid in the
He's the black kid that doesn't go through with the Asian hate.
Yeah.
That's Tim Drake from Titans, and he's terrible in it.
Ouch.
Wow,
Instead
terrible
of-
because it's anti-racism. I see.
Terrible because he's black. No, terrible because
Oh.
they've completely changed the character of Tim Drake. He's no longer who he is in the comics. He's now his dad's black, his mum's Asian in Titans, and they run a Chinese restaurant. And he's the delivery boy in that. And he's and I say this with love, he literally comes across as retarded in it. I know, I'm being serious. He comes across like he's not on the same, he's not on the same planet as the rest
He's
of them.
on the spectrum.
No, I mean, kind of beyond that, really. Sort of
Beyond the spectrum.
Beyond the spectrum.
almost, not quite Rain Man, but getting there. Spectrum, bring it in. Bum, 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 bum.
Daniel for $100. I'm happy that people can set aside the anti-white racism and the tokenism to still enjoy Batman. I cannot. Just like Eric July will not. You might think anti-white nonsense is insulting, but it's nothing compared to being patted on the head as a minority is. The band. That's a button I rarely use.
The Martians are coming again.
That's
My
funny.
one. Sorry, Daniel. Yeah, hey, that's I mean, like that's that. See, we're not an echo chamber. See, I watched I was listening to it while I was putting up the figures. Eric July go like in circles with amazing pucus, and like sales figures don't matter. I mean, like when somebody says that, just walk away. But Eric said the only thing he disagrees with Ryan about is like watching the movie at all. And that's his prior. That's the one thing I disagree with Eric on. Like we cover pop culture. I'm going to cover this stuff. That's what I do. And us pointing it out and continuing to point it out is how we get new people to wake up to it. Because quite frankly, two things have to happen. There has to be a legit competition for Hollywood, which we are years away from, or it has to change. It's not going to go away. I'd love it if that happened. They need a massive failure, and that's just not going to happen. And I mean like a failure where like something like the Batman, if it has one little woke thing in it, fucking flops. Like we're just not there. We're not there. But with the Lord of the Rings, with the clapback of the Lord of the Rings, you can see people reaching their fucking limit with this shit. So it's going to take more time. And either things change or they don't. And if they don't change, then that opens the door for the competition that will come in later. That has to be built right now. We have to do both at the same time. That is my take. MauLer, you were going to say something?
Oh, so on that, like I completely agree with the idea. Like I don't want us to horseshoe all the way back into let us not even talk about what the problem is. Like no. Seriously, we sometimes people can't even spot what's happening, and they will thank you every time to be like, "Oh shit, yeah, I didn't even see that shit." Yeah. So I still think that that's basically a constant for me. Is that when someone's like, "Did all of that make sense?" I'm like, "All right." But then I just ask a question, and like, "Oh shit, oh no," you know, yeah, just your fun. So, like the idea is like we should stop looking at them at all because that like is a form of support. I've always felt we do far more damage to their sales than we do promote them. I'd be surprised if someone could prove the opposite.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, but Eric and I agree on the summation, the end result. It needs a change or it needs competition. One of those two. You can add die. You can add it needs to like this whole like woke nonsense needs to die. Absolutely. And that's the change we're looking for. Are we ever going to get absolute? No, of course not. But well,
could you imagine Michelle Pfeiffer in Batman Returns saying to Bruce Wayne, "It's because of your white privilege that I'm not
now,
gonna go with you."
But back then, no.
Well, hey, do you guys remember in Batman and Robin where Robin tries to save Batwoman with a little thing and he says, "I got you," and then his breaks and she grabs him and says, "No, I got you."
I got you.
Woke agenda.
Woke agenda.
The other thing I was going to say though was just I saw Eric July debated the man he described as potato shaped or egg shaped.
The egg-shaped man. That was the first debate. Yes, the egg-shaped man.
That
was hilarious. I haven't seen the Amazing Lucas one yet.
I haven't seen that.
It's frustrating, man. I don't know. Eric's got more patience than I do.
That's the one from yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, and that went on for hours, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was streaming Elden Ring last night, 9.5 hours.
No way, were you?
I know.
Yeah.
Surprise. And I got to bed and we're just like, I hear about this Eric July stream. So I'm like, okay, I'll fall asleep to this, So I put it on, and I'm just lying there trying to sleep, and I'm just listening to it all. And the guy, like the I don't know what it's called, the Amazing Lucas, whatever it's called, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it is, Amazing Lucas.
They were just going in fucking circles, and then I couldn't understand Lucas's point half the time because. Like Eric July was referring to people who were asking for Ryan Kinnell's Minecrafting. He was calling them like stupid or idiotic or something like that. And Lucas is going, "So you think those people are like idiotic?" And Eric July keeps saying, "Yeah, people that take based off Ryan Kinnell's what he thought was a mild take. Yes, I do find them." And it was just going around and around. And I, after about an hour, I was just like, they're just saying this. He's just saying the same fucking question over and over. It's basically him trying to ask Eric July to just pretty much just either disavow Ryan or to say that he disagrees with Ryan, even though Eric July said, "I haven't seen the film, so I can't disagree with a take if I haven't seen the film."
Yeah, and they were discussing Eric July's tweet, which was not a defense of Ryan. It was pointing out that there's motherfuckers on Twitter always looking for something to bitch about. That's all the fucking tweet was about. Okay,
and also it's like
about.
It's not Eric July's fault if somebody is too lazy that just wants to take a soundbite from a tweet and not watch the video that is attached to the tweet.
I mean, they're crackheads at that point. They're all crackheads, like he said. Crackheads, people who smoke crack. By the way, it doesn't see any color. There's white people who smoke crack. No, Asian people don't smoke crack. But there's white people.
They're on heroin.
There's Latino people who smoke crack. We all smoke crack. I was a crackhead. I was a meth head. I was a crackhead. Fuck yeah. So yeah, they're all crackheads.
But yeah, there's so many crackheads. It's just that the thing about Eric July's take on like not watching stuff like with regards to the Batman, he didn't watch Spider-Man either. And I understand where Eric July is coming from because first of all, he's making his own comic universe, like Rippaverse, that he wants to compete with directly with DC and Marvel. And I get where Eric's coming from because that's where I'm at with freaking Star Wars and Disney. I'm so done with Disney Star Wars. So I understand where he's coming from, but I also get what you're talking about, MauLer, where we have to watch these movies so that we can talk about the problem. We bring people into the independent sphere.
we're I mean, like, and when I say we, I don't mean YouTubers, I mean like fucking people in the chat too, okay? Right? Because you guys lead me to more stuff than I lead to you. I mean, like fucking alternative things and anime, all kinds of stuff. We like, that's how we do it, by talking to each other, and we had no place. We had no place. That's why people came to YouTube. That's why I came to YouTube to watch stuff, because I'm like, fuck, the access media is lying to me. They're full of shit.
Yeah.
I need to just listen to a guy or a girl in their room, because I trust them more than I do the access bullshit media. And believe me, we're going to go over an article later. That's about, it's about a week old, but we're going to go over it. That just will prove that they're full of shit, that they've always been full of shit. No, Eric was debating a guy who was disingenuous. All right. The one thing I could see immediately was the same thing I could see with Jody. With Jody when it came to Eric. It was envy. They were not inspired. They were not moved by Ryan's tweet or Ryan's words. They could give a shit what Ryan Kinnell had to say. Somebody didn't like the fact that Eric July had more subs than he did. And that's sad. It's sad. Instead of being grateful for the amount of subs you got, which 60 is pretty impressive. It's going down right now, but it's impressive. That's really impressive. Just be happy. Just like shit, I got 60,000 subs. That's fucking awesome. No, it's like, and then you got to bring up, like, apparently Eric is a loser for having a studio in his own house, having a wife who might bring him a sandwich while he's in the
Oh my God. That whole thing
Yeah,
was
that
so
shit was
stupid.
weird.
The whole IKEA thing. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Dude.
Like,
I didn't know you weren't allowed to buy stuff from IKEA.
These shelves weren't even IKEA. This is like, IKEA would be expensive compared to these shelves. These are $22 a piece. I spent $22.
It's like, all you ever point out with that is like, oh, you're good at buying shit then, because you get it for a cheaper price. The thing that does the job you want it to do. Like, since when do we like respect people based on how much they're willing to spend on shit?
Oh, it doesn't end
I
there.
just thought the whole thing was hilarious, because the guy kept like being like, "You've like what? You working out of your own home, like blah blah blah," and he's like, the guy had like no microphone. I was like I can't hear you. You're like all the way.
No, it doesn't end there. See, the best one was Eric isn't a better YouTuber because he doesn't get bitches.
Yeah, because married dude doesn't get bitches. Yeah, that's damn. I wish I could get more bitches.
Me too.
Yeah, same,
I wish I would never wear a pair of cream fucking pants on stream.
dude, his setup
when
was
I have
not
legs the size
complimentary.
of a fucking redwood tree. It's not the best. As a guy, as a big guy, not the color to wear. Just saying.
And on the subject of bitches, I don't think that's any way to refer to the guys in your studio. I think
Oh, wow.
a little more respect for your homies than that, just saying.
Did you see how many more people were there? Because I was watching it on Eric July's stream where there was only like 2 people on screen. But then apparently if you go to like his stream, there's like 8 people. Like they're all
Really?
sitting there. Yeah.
Why?
Why?
No.
It's so funny.
That's my homies right there. Right there.
Aww.
They're
Them's your
rooting me all the
bitches.
time. They're my bitches.
None of them said anything. Okay, well,
Yeah, they said about as much as my action figures do.
Anyone whose argument is you don't get bitches is a fucking lol cow. You sir are a lol cow. You're a fucking embarrassment. Go make your videos bitching about people who are better than you. Because it's envy. It is envy. It is jealousy at the end of the day. And they are so mad that Eric July has his own fucking mind.
Oh, dude. Renaissance man. He is a true Renaissance man. He raps, he sings, he's publishing. He's on the Blaze. He's got his own podcast. He's got a lot of subs because people like him. And he talks a lot of common sense.
He's also got like like he introduced me to libertarianism. I didn't know what libertarianism was until I found Eric July, and I was like, oh, apparently that's what I am. I didn't even know it. And like, he has a very vocal voice in politics, and he's like he just does so many things very well. And apparently it's International Women's Day.
Well, Mixin's Day.
Woman, know your role.
You clearly didn't read the manual, Nina.
God.
Yeah, happy International Wamex Day, ladies.
I
What's
love
it?
the Uber Geek, man. Uber
Thank
Geek.
you for that.
Thank you.
I just saw a thing, by the way, that said and this isn't a joke. Apparently, there's something like the Vagina Museum. I don't know.
Excuse me?
Celebrated International Women's Day by celebrating trans women.
Oh no!
What?
Wow! Oh my god!
What?
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh, this is
Okay.
Not, well, it's just not.
This is clown world.
It really is.
Fucking clown world, man. We're supporting women by the erasure of women.
Yep.
Sorry, women. Womex.
Wimix. Oh yeah,
Just
that
imagine, it's gonna be.
I saw that
Batmex.
Wimix tweet. They deleted it because it was fucked up. That's what it was. They deleted it.
Was it? Let's see if I can find it. It'd be great. It might have been Sophie Narwitz that posted it. Might have been.
I hope she has a screenshot because they deleted the actual tweet.
That's
Did you guys see what is it, Brandon Sanderson, the guy who finished the Wheel of Time book? You see his fucking Kickstarter, dude?
No.
No.
How big?
Like $26 million.
Wow.
Wait, he's asking for that, or that's what he's got?
No, he got it. He got
Holy
it.
shit.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just destroyed. And I guess he's like offering a series of books, so it's like a subscription. $26 million. Like every author just went. I mean, I think he might have killed publishing overnight, which is great. Personally,
That's great. I love that.
Yeah. But I mean, it is on Kickstarter. But whoa, wow, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's extremely impressive.
Yeah. I mean, now he's probably going, maybe I should have done that on my own website instead of using
Yeah.
if he did, he wouldn't have to share any of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, Stephen King's like going, I'm just self-publish. I know. Stephen King starting to look like a lesbian.
Stephen King is a perfect example of a crackhead. He is 100% a crackhead. He needs to shut the fuck up. Stephen King, just stop.
Yeah. Totally agree. I totally agree. Bounding into comics headline, Zoe Kravitz accuses Californians of racism. And racism is pretty.
No, you were right first time. It's a racism.
It's a racisms, but I like mine. Third Black Catwoman. Wait, hang on. I'm gonna read Elden Lord Marksman on the Streamlab side for $10. It's a three-parter. The Souls games do in fact have easy modes already installed. Is that Dark Souls? Is he talking about?
Oh yeah.
Guys?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's talking about Elden Ring and shit. Yeah.
It's Elden Ring. Okay.
Your favorite game.
My favorite game. It's called Leveling Up. I over-leveled so much I killed Lord Godric on my first attempt. Most bosses I'm going through now die in a few attempts. If not my first try, they die like dogs. 2 of 3. When I played Dark Souls 3, I over-leveled so much I was level 130 when I completed my first playthrough. When I did a new game, plus I slew every boss in 3 hits with a giant axe at new game 5 times where I last played. I am now level 250 and I'm still on easy mode. Get Gut is not a single strategy to the game. There are multiple things to choose from. Life is so comfortable that games provide some of the little adversity people face. If you can't overcome a game, you can't overcome life. No excuses not to get good. There you go. And thank you, Elden Lord Marksman, level 250. Is that right? For $30. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think level 200 is the top level in this.
I don't know.
It was level 130, he said. Level 130.
Nice. I
Okay.
fought the second main story boss yesterday. Fucking annihilated it.
Which that was that the magic girl or
Yeah, Magic Girl. Yeah.
yeah, dude, me and Oleg, she didn't do anything. She just died.
The dogs came out. Boom, gone. Down.
Oh, you're using the
Thank you.
dogs, are you?
No. When she gets the dogs out, she summons dogs.
Ah, yeah. Dude,
But yeah,
me and Oleg killed her so quick she didn't summon anything.
I killed her first form so quick that it actually just wouldn't let me hit her, and it just carried on going until she went back up, and so they could do the second phase of the thing. Then she came back down again. It was just like, oh.
I will say though, there are still bosses in this game that will give you a challenge.
Oh, I can believe it.
Just to be clear, he said, I am level 250 and still on easy mode, but I think he was talking about the Dark Souls game. Okay, so I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
I think level 200 is the top level in this. It might. That's what I heard.
I think he was talking. Yeah, I think he said he's level 130 later. I mean, it's all freaking. Sorry,
So high.
It's all Chinese to me. Okay, I don't understand what I'm saying. I hear Dark Souls levels and adversity. Yeah,
It's all just
Adversity.
I have adversity in Witcher 3 in a room. So yeah,
because you couldn't get out because of bloody Yennefer's ass.
because I kept staring at Yennefer's ass and getting distracted.
Wow. As
I
I have a
yeah.
question. Do you like Elden Ring more now, or still Witcher 3 your favorite game?
Witcher
Or
3 is my favorite game of all time, but Elden Ring is it's great. It's the game I've needed for a long time. I haven't
Cool.
played a game like this for a long time, and
I was just-
it's pushing all my buttons in a good way.
That's awesome. I was just wondering if it's like replaced your favorite game or
And they're very different. I know they're open world RPGs and stuff. You could argue, but Witcher is much more story driven, character focused. And I'm just too invested in the Witcher world and the Witcher characters, Geralt,
yeah.
Ciri,
I get that.
Triss, etc. But this is right up there on my favorite games of all time now.
Nice.
Right up.
I'm glad you went from like almost considering stopping it to just
Yes.
fucking steamrolling it.
Yeah, MauLer he said a really good point. We were on Discord when I was streaming, and because you stream and you've got an audience, you give your thoughts, verbally give out your thoughts because you're trying to interact, you're trying to make the audience understand what you're kind of thinking. If you just sit there in silence, it's going to be a very boring stream. And I started off the stream and I killed a boss. I killed a dragon boss, which is an early boss, which took quite a few attempts. I just didn't feel like I was doing any damage. I was kind of down, deflated. And so I'm trying to convey that verbally instead of just internalizing it. And I was just like, I just don't know whether to just give it up. I just don't know whether to give this up and just no, persisted and got the dagger. And then that dagger has just been I've built a build around it, and we're doing stuff.
I'm glad you're having
Oh,
fun.
yeah.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
Now, the real question is
No
there
tits.
enough handicap representation, black representation,
That's what I'm wondering
and
about.
like we need to know those kind of things.
Does it
So,
represent my disability, which I'm not even going to tell you? You just got to guess.
I just I didn't kill her, I guess, because she's still alive. But I just attacked a woman who was trying to grow an embryo externally.
Dude, when I saw that zoom in, I was like, "Oh my god, Death Stranding!"
Yeah, exactly. It's Death Stranding. I've actually got, I got the Death Stranding collector's edition, so I actually have the baby in the thing, and it lights up,
That's
Sweet.
cool.
and it's a 1-in-1. It's a life size one because they do things like that so cosplayers can do the thing. But yeah, Elden Ring, I'm so glad I stuck with it. Really glad I stuck with it. I've been watching, MauLer's been a bit of an inspiration to carry on as well because he's just been smashing it. So, yeah.
Gundam's clips of it has been really funny too to watch on Twitter.
Well, Gundam came into a stream and he was just like, "I'm not going to get this," and I just said to Gundam, Ricky Berwick bought this game. now, admittedly, he did ask for a refund and then tweeted out, "I'm too fucking crippled for this shit." Which is fucking, I know Ricky's just the fucking best, but so Gundam was just like, "Oh fuck, I'm gonna have to get it now," and he did, and he got it, and look now look at him tweeting out he's
hilarious. I love it. I love
great
it.
stuff.
It's honestly, it's fun to watch other people play it, and then that makes you want to play it more. And it's just, I mean, this game, the popularity of this game is fucking insane.
Yeah. It's crazy, and I mean I haven't played it at all, and I watched as play it, and just watching it be played is super fun, but I just can't bring myself to do it, knowing that George R.R. Martin even spent 5 minutes giving them ideas. I was like, I'm out. Anything he's got his name attached to that's not Winds of Winter.
His contribution was, what if it's a ring? That's it. That's what George said. What if there was a ring involved?
And that's it?
Yeah.
That he could have spent that time typing.
No, he would have spent that time signing another book deal with another fucking contract. But damn, what was I gonna say?
Can we play online together yet? Elden Ring?
You can. There's multiplayer.
Yeah. So I can come hang out with you on Elden Ring?
No, because you're a woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
But she could be playing a man in the game. Does it count?
No.
Extra girl, I'm already really confused every Sunday about that.
I look like you. How is that confusing?
Exactly. Exactly.
I never play as dudes.
I had no choice.
Yeah, you did.
No, I just became Aiden. There's no choice in being a woman.
You were.
This should be canceled.
No, I love Dying Light. You can't. No.
Disgrace.
How dare they?
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Did you, MauLer? Did you hear about the Ubisoft dev and who used to work at Guerrilla Games with Horizon Zero Dawn, and the Horizon Zero Dawn dev that was throwing shade at Elden Ring?
I watched your video on it, if that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's embarrassing. Where you're so fucking petty that you're just like, my game didn't do as good as that. I guess players don't care about quality. It's like, wow.
Oh my
Calm
God.
the fuck down. Elden, like, don't even go there with the amount of fucking effort that went into this game.
Oh, it's insane.
Are you kidding me? Like, oh, fucking, quest design isn't very good at it. It's like, oh, okay. All right.
Have either of you played the new the other one? What we just
Horizon.
Yeah.
I've watched Critical Drinker stream it, and it just looks like more Horizon Zero Dawn. It doesn't look, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, because I like Horizon Zero Dawn, but this when I say it just looks the same. It looks like identical. It looks like DLC. And yeah, to some people that's going to be like, great, that's exactly what I want.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it's just not what I want right now. I might play it, but I'm in no rush to play it. And it's not the itch that I needed to scratch.
Did they Abbyfy her? Like, have they really Abbyfied her? Like, is she like Uggo now?
Well, they give it a glandular fever. Her face is they changed her face to be a bit more Nick Avocado. And when I was watching Drinker stream, she's just like, every conversation she's just like, what do you want?
Oh no.
She's just like constantly pissed off, or
she's just like a resting bitch face and a cunt now. Okay, got it.
You can have an affable main character. She doesn't have to run around telling jokes all the time. You know, I just didn't like this sort of Aloy that I was seeing there, and I was like, I can't remember that being the Aloy from the first game.
She was pretty cool in the first game.
Yeah, from what I can remember, and I got a playthrough on my channel, members only, from a full sense of higher. On there, and yeah, I don't remember that, but this, it was like every time she just went into conversation, she was sighing, she was just being a bitch to everyone. It's like, okay.
I feel bad for Gary. Now we should switch topics.
I'm going to switch topics. Yeah.
Okay.
$11, $20. This is the second part of his tweet from earlier. And if this goes where I think it goes, I hope the next Batman film is a hard R, because a certain someone's head has date with a crowbar.
What?
Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, is it a reference to a comic thing? Okay.
I think you can. I think they can probably stay in the like really pushing it. I mean, for one, it was still PG-13, dude. It wasn't like I would take a 12-year-old kid to it. I'd be fine with it. The only thing I would be concerned about is a kid at 12 being bored. Kids get squirmy at slow parts, and it doesn't matter. You know, I was an especially dorky 12-year-old kid, so I could sit through Blade Runner and just be amazed. Most 12-year, like my 12-year-old kid, he was bored. He was bored through like large parts of the movie. My adult kid was bored through parts of the movie. So I mean, it's not for everyone. I think this was really made for a lot of Batman fans and a lot of idealized Batman fans. And it really was made for like the 18 to 35, 18 to 49 demo. And I think it just hit that sweet spot. I think that's why it's just massively popular right now. We'll see how the second week does. 250 million, 258 million opening weekend. Really impressive. Really, really fucking good internationally. That's great. That's fantastic.
Franchise this thing probably, right? Like, get a lot of stuff going for it.
Probably. I mean, but like, let's be real. I mean, I heard the projections were anywhere between 130 and 180 million domestically for opening weekend. I don't know how accurate that is. That's just what I heard.
It was 134.
It was ranging from 134 to 180.
Oh, no, it did 134 domestically.
Yeah. Gotcha. So like I mean, did it come in under projection? Did it, like, who knows? And they're calling it pandemic. I would say there were more restrictions in place when Spider-Man came out than when this came out. I mean, California like had no mask mandate, and was in LA was requiring passports and shit.
Well, that's the thing. My cinema didn't require anything this time around. So yeah, it seems like things are loosening up a bit.
Yeah. So I mean, calling it a pandemic record, I think it's a bit of a stretch, but okay, fine. It's technically still around, although I heard it ended. But whatever. I think we'll see in the second week and how much it's got no competition this month at all. It's got the month to rule. And you know, I haven't seen it again though. Like, I guess that's a question I have for all y'all. Like, I definitely think I want to see it again. I just haven't found the time yet. Does anybody else want to see it again, like in a theater, or are you gonna wait till it comes out on like Blu-ray?
I'll watch it at home. I'm not in the, you know, I'm all right.
I'll buy the 4K.
Yeah.
I'm
not too passionate about this movie. I've said it a couple of times. It's just it doesn't buzz me. That's not a comment on its quality. It's just it wasn't something that really got to me.
I gotta be totally honest as well. The Zoe Kravitz stuff has just turned me off.
Yeah,
it just has. Her fucking absolutely garbage takes this last week has just made me just want to put the movie out of my mind now, and not rush back and see it. So you know, that can have an effect if people are just like, you know, shut up, stupid.
Especially when it's a hit. It's like, be out there and be happy.
Yeah, Robert Pattinson's out there fucking promoting the movie, talking about shit that he loves, video games, all this kind of stuff, joking around in interviews, doing what you should be doing for a movie like this. And she's there talking about fucking racism. I go, just fucking shut up, fucking woman. Just
plenty of men are annoying too.
Oh, there's plenty of annoying. No, I mean specific woman.
Yeah,
specific Zoe Kravitz woman. It's just that's not how you sell a fucking film. That's a narcissistical bitch. This is about me. This is all about me. No, it's not. It's about your fucking film and promoting your film and trying to talk bums into fucking seats. That's what you got paid for. That's part of the package. You didn't just get paid to turn up and read some fucking lines off a page. You got paid because you go on promotional tours. You're trying to entice people to go see it. You do interviews because those interviews go into magazines, and those magazines are there to try and talk people into the cinema. That's your job. People who work hard for a fucking living don't give a fuck about your third black Catwoman who you think didn't get a role 10 years ago when you're a fucking baby because it's racism.
I gotta tell you, the studio does not love that because they want this film will uptick in streams and sales other Batman films for the studio. So if you're shitting on a fucking Nolan, or you're shitting on Nolan, she tried to separate herself, but that's not what the headlines are saying. The headlines are saying Nolan's Batman turned down Zoe Quinn because she was too urban.
Yeah.
Fucking urban.
That's
Jesus
the fucking headline. So basically calling him a racist. So like that's good luck. Good luck. One of the most powerful directors. By the way, he left Warner. So whatever, maybe they don't give a shit, but they still want Dark Knight to sell. You know, I'm sure it still sells. It's so fucking stupid. It's in your second week. God. You know?
That's your big drop-off weeks. That's the week you wanna try and fortify. Great word.
Yeah.
As much as possible. And my mate wants to, he's like, we can go cinema again and see it. And I'm like, just wait to the Blu-ray. Just wait to the 4K.
Yeah, I'll have to see if I can carve out the time.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be doing a breakdown or anything. I did my one review. I'm good.
Yeah.
My mind hasn't changed. It may change. No, I doubt it. I seriously doubt my mind will change when I see it again. I was paying attention. I was very awake for the whole thing. I peed beforehand. I was and like I thought it was I felt the same way about Logan in a way. Like sure. I walked out of there going, yeah, it was really good. Never watched it again.
Same.
Yeah, it's like it's too fucking. Now this is like not as depressing as Logan, obviously, but yeah, Logan in hindsight, I'm like, I saw it. I spent time watching it. Don't regret it. I'm not going to own it. I'm not going to watch it again.
But I feel sad for people like, Matt Reeves and Robert Pattinson and obviously everyone who worked on the movie, because I think they've conducted themselves normally, like you should. And I just feel bad for everyone who's worked on it when you have this stupid activist just sounding off on a movie which cost a lot of money to make, that was affected by the pandemic and pushed back a year because of the pandemic.
That's only famous because her parents are famous, and let's face facts. Her mom was hotter.
Oh yeah,
her mom's hotter. Just gonna say it. Just gonna come out. Everybody's thinking it.
Yeah, but she's got where she is through privilege, through the privilege of having Lenny Kravitz as her father and Lisa Bonet as her mother. You can't get too much more privilege than that. And then sounding off about color. Oh, get a fucking grip on life. You've probably never had a fucking problem with color in any at all. And and don't conflate rejection with racism.
Isn't it also like kind of weird that when she says something like that, it's also a dig at like her, Anne Hathaway. Now, mind you, Anne Hathaway wasn't the best Catwoman, but it's like, she auditioned for the part and she got the part, and it's like, you're going out there and basically saying she didn't deserve that part, like, not so many words, and that's your colleague, like you work with her in this industry, and I just wonder, like, when the pendulum swings back, which it will at some point, if someone is going to come out and say the exact opposite thing about her, I was cut out for the part because they wanted a black woman or something like that. How would that sound?
And there were, last time I checked, Morgan Freeman was in the Nolan trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, I mean, no Lucius Fox in the Batman, by the way.
Oh,
No. No.
Give me the kitty.
There, you see, she's got this right. You shouldn't account. Right, she's the right color now, Gary.
I was just gonna say, do you see the colors now, Gary?
I do.
Did you color swap her again?
I did.
Yeah.
Have. Dyslexic American on the Streamlabs side. This is a two-parter. So I better read the first part first, right? So which is the first part? The top one? I'm going to say the show that introduced me to the world of superheroes, the 2003 Teen Titans. After that, I wanted more. I keep thinking reading comics, but as someone with dyslexia, reading is like kryptonite to Superman or logic to a liberal. But I read my first comic about a month ago, and now I can't stop. So again, thank you. In a way, you gave me a push I needed and stop feeling sorry for myself. I hope you all have a great day. If we stay together, there is nothing we can't do. Sorry for the bad spelling. You never, ever have to apologize to me or bad grammar or bad spelling. Cheers to you. Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
No, my board is broken. It is. Oh, no. It's like hitting two sound effects at the same time. Hey, thanks. No, yeah, I have reading retention, a huge reading retention problem. Everything I have to read twice. So, yeah, that's why comics were perfect for me when I was a kid.
By the way, side note, Gary, while I was away, I was listening to you guys talk, and you referred to Zoe Kravitz as Zoe Quinn, and I thought it was hilarious.
All the time. Yeah.
It's so funny. I was like,
no, there is a fundamental difference between the two. One of them's got a man killed.
Yeah. Yeah. That we know.
That's true. That's
that
true.
We know
that we know of. Yeah.
Maybe more. We'll see.
Zoe Quinn, how did that comic go for her from DC or Marvel? Didn't she write for both DC and Marvel? And
Goddess Mode on Vertigo,
and it killed the Vertigo brand.
Well, that and Border Town, and who was the guy that ran it? The woke fucker who ran it.
Woke fucker's good.
Yeah, woke fucker is good enough, I think. Yeah, yeah. Vertigo got annihilated because it turned into the SJW brand of DC, and it was gone in what? Less than 10 issues?
I believe so. I think 6 months. It was done. And now DC's in shared offices. But it's not a downgrade. It's not an eviction. We're just sharing desks with people in the mailroom.
I can't believe that happened. That was so funny.
It's like you see the comic. Listen, I understand you're a comic shop. Your whole fucking existence relies on these people. Make it not. You have the power as a comic shop owner to make that. You can eject them from your life. It takes a minute, but get the back issues rolling in. Save some money if you can, and get some back issues. Listen, comic shop owners have access more than not to people I would say once every 6 months, bringing in a damn good collection that you could probably buy. And it's better than buying something on eBay. I would just sit there and people would bring in amazing shit. And sometimes I could buy it. Sometimes I couldn't. Sometimes I couldn't afford it. But find another way, because DC and Marvel aren't going to be around for you to rely on much longer. They're just not. It's to the point where it's not profitable now for them to publish the funny books.
Dead
funny
company.
books only produce the reprints that they have to sell, and then they have to conflate manga and Dog Boy and Captain Underpants to float your industry. But the floppies are dying, and that's speculators cannot support you forever. They just can't. Enoch Ramon for $10. This is in 2 parts. There are 2 kinds of people in this world: those who dip their toes in the pool and those who dive in headfirst. The same applies for wokeness. With both Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, and Ghostbusters, they dove in headfirst. Every other time they dip in their toes. That's part 1 of 2. predicted that the I know you predicted this, and I will remember this, my friend, because you did call it, and I totally agree with you. Remember, Missy in Who? Absolutely. Predicted that the Batman 2 will be woke. GCPD will be about racism, and Penguin will be about Me Too. The movie proved me right. POC cops were the only good ones, and Catwoman talked about dealing with men at the club. Why? Dipping their toes. Yep. Oh yeah. I think that's you can call that a modus operandi now. We're a season 1 of, say, Umbrella Academy, which he brought up, Alter Carbon, Umbrella Academy, Westworld, all fucking good first seasons. They lure you in.
I heard Boys too, right? Like the Boys.
The Boys, same with the Boys.
Yeah.
Yep. And then season 2, they go full woke. They feel like okay, we're a hit now. We can turn into a platform.
Awful.
And Lord of the Rings, they're not. There's no luring about it. They straight up are going straight. They're going straight there because they have bad reboot people. That producer, by the way, I'm forgetting her name right now, but she is your point person. Okay, just like Michelle Rejoin over there at Lucasfilm. That was a Jar Jar Abrams assistant. Who's the producer on Lord of the Rings? Jar Jar Abrams assistant. They're all over the place.
There's a pattern here, people. God.
It's a pattern. I love when the One Ring.
No more white content.
Yeah. No, the OneRing.net. It is a bit like
One Ring got
like picking on a kid. Okay, it really is. It just when
I saw that the troll video, I was just like, oh my god.
Check this meme out.
This feels like punching so far down it.
It does. When he said we're not shingles, we're not shingles.
I'm gonna put a nice little troll treat in your butt and your bridge. Okay, boomer.
Batman's annoying ex-girlfriend that rarely spoke. Batman's current self-obsessed girlfriend that never shuts up. Moral of the story: once you go black, you go deaf.
I don't know, man. I watched the Twilight movies. She didn't rarely speak. When she did speak, it was annoying as fuck. Okay.
Didn't he cheat on her with her?
No, she cheated on him.
Oh, she cheated on him? Oh,
Yeah.
man. Damn.
What a cow. I have never seen the Twilight movies. Never gonna happen.
I seen them. I saw them pure out of curiosity because I was like, I need to know why people like this. And it was fucking terrible, but I watched all of them.
I can never see much Robert Pattinson take his top off every 5 seconds.
I was Team Edward. I was definitely Team Edward all the way. Just because I had to pick one. But True Blood was my vampire story at the time. I was like, this is a fucking joke. I only watched Twilight as a fucking comedy. I was like, I'm just gonna watch this to laugh. That's pretty much it. X-Ray Girl, did you like Twilight?
Which doggy's barking?
It's Harley. I like Twilight the books. But I didn't mind watching the movies. I laughed every time the sparkliness came out. It was just like it just as soon as he came out into the sun, and it's like, oh my gosh,
like sparkling and shit.
And then he just died laughing in the theater. I think the whole theater just like cracked up. So
I had people staring me down, like the twihards, because I was like laughing so hard at something. So I was like, oh my god. I felt like I was like, I need to get out of this theater fast because I felt like they were gonna beat the shit out of me. It was pretty funny.
Why are you laughing?
Yeah, I got dirty looks, man. I'm telling you.
Because he's a vampire and like he reacts to the sun and stuff because he's like 112 or something, and he's like going after a 16-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Not even a likable one. I mean, it's bad enough she's 16, but she wasn't even likable. She was just a bitch.
She was awful.
yeah.
It's like everybody's fawning over Belle or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, she is a bitch the whole time.
Yeah.
How does anybody like that? But that was the precursor. That was opening up the age of fanfic that we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Well, that's was it 50 Shades of Grey? that's a derivative of this, isn't it?
Yes. That was the adult version.
Yes. Didn't it come shortly after Twilight? Or no?
A few years later.
Yeah.
It was basically Twilight fanfic. That's what
I see. I never saw that one though. I never saw the 50 Shades.
I haven't seen those films either. Never gonna watch them.
Really? I thought you would have definitely watched it.
Why? What is it? From what I heard, right? Like at the end of the first film or something, she's like, do your worst, or do the worst thing you can do, or whatever. And he just like slaps her ass.
What? Really? I
didn't watch it, so
I don't
If
know.
it was a rude awakening, she came fucking around here. I'll tell you that. Do the worst. You can. I'm gonna fucking destroy you, bitch.
Wow.
If we think Warner Brothers is going to turn here, let me read this Mikey Gussler super chat. You'll see what I'm talking about here. Mikey Gussler for $20. Thank you, Mikey. It's good to see you here. He a big fan of Toby Emmerich. By the way, I dislike Toby Emmerich more than you do, Mikey, for very personal reasons. I hate Toby Emmerich. Guy is a talentless hack. But that's what, you know what? People like him and Alex Kurtzman will probably be running a studio someday. Promise you. Because if people like Toby Emmerich can run a studio, he can. Recently said he cares about, Toby Emmerich recently said he cares about the directors he hires to let them have creative control. Really? Where was this energy for Zack Snyder and David Ayer? He's lying because he doesn't want to be fired by Discovery. No, he doesn't. And let's remember, Warner Brothers also released The Joker. Fine film, a great film. And what did they follow it up with? Does anybody remember what they followed up The Joker with?
Birds of Prey?
Yes, they did.
Oh, God, I completely blanked on that.
Yeah.
God, imagine watching them back to back. Holy shit.
I never watched The Birds of Prey.
Me neither.
It's fucking terrible.
Honest to God, I'm not even like just being cruel. It's not worth your time. It's absolute garbage. Garbage.
It's like CW. It's like CW the movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
It really is.
Yeah.
With worse costumes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they made the costumes were specifically made to cover up Margot Robbie in this.
So
They're
fucking
like,
crazy.
How come this movie didn't make as much as the first Suicide Squad movie? It had all the empowerment, and we covered up Margot Robbie just like the people said they wanted.
Yeah.
They took away her Daisy Dukes.
Didn't Ewan McGregor say something like that too? Like in the promos, he was like,
said a
"This
lot
is
of
about a
cringe shit.
feminist." Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Ewan McGregor cheated on didn't he cheat on his pregnant wife or something?
He did.
Cheated on his wife. So, yeah, he's doing anything he can to get back in the good graces.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh God. Are you guys looking forward to that, MauLer? Are you looking forward to
His
Obi-Wan?
own daughter called him out on Instagram. Like,
Am I looking forward
called
to
him out for
Kenobi?
Ewan McGregor's own daughter roasted
I
him.
didn't know that, Gary.
Cheating on her mom. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. He was in the doghouse.
Wow. MauLer,
Yes.
are you excited? Obi-Wan? Are you super excited?
Yeah, man.
Okay, isn't it coming out in May?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Coming out in a month and a half, maybe 2 months at the most. We haven't seen a single trailer.
No.
No.
It's not a red flag at all.
No, not a red flag at all.
Flag at all. I'm
Yeah.
sure this is going to be
What's
great.
the biggest red flag? It's like created by Disney. Like, all right, everyone run. Like, it's gonna be terrible.
25th of May, so just 2.5 months.
People are gonna
Triumph.
come back. Like the Book of Boba Fett was just hot garbage through and through, and they're just going to run back.
Well, you know this one is gonna be all like member berries. Like here's Luke and Darth
Here's
Vader going,
Tatooine.
or what?
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
Obi-Wan and Darth Vader
Have a
going at it.
young Leia with like the Danish haircut, like wearing the same shit she is a New Hope. Like she never changes a costume.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be fucking terrible. And she's gonna be leading around Obi-Wan. She's gonna make him a better man because she's gonna be like Leia will be the girl who's the key to everything in this
Oh,
one.
totally. Totally. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be fucking
Gary,
Yeah.
it's your
on
turn.
stick.
It's your turn now, Gary.
For what? Oh yeah.
Get roasted. Whoa. If you're gonna sleep with a 16-year-old, make sure she's likable.
Oh,
I did not say that. I said she was
wow.
a boot with. I'm being misquoted.
Wow.
Hey, when I was 17, I slept with a 16-year-old. Yeah, when I was 17. Not when I was 140.
Fucking
Jesus.
God. God damn it, Uber Geek.
Hey,
I
that
know.
Uber Geek, that's an Elvis quote too as well. And yeah, just wanted to let you know.
Wasn't Lisa Marie
Johnny
14
Cash.
when he
Yeah,
married?
yeah, they were very young. There you go.
Oopsies.
Rithorus for 20 pounds says Batman will never work in live action because no one will ever agree on what it should be like. I don't think anybody will ever agree on what Batman should be like. But there was a tweet out the other day that I totally agree with. Like, we have not, the closest thing we've seen to the comic book Batman is Ben Affleck, and even the people who don't like Ben Affleck will admit, hey, the costume was better. Like, that was close. Like, you got close to the look. Yeah, you got close to the look. Didn't like the whole killing and all that. That's fine. I'm not going to disagree with you on that stuff. I like Ben Affleck. But somebody put up a tweet yesterday that Robert Pattinson's Batman and Nolan, Bale's like just don't look any, and they don't look any. They've got ears. They've got bat ears, but they're wearing like armor and shit, and that's just that. It's not Batman. And yeah, you're going to get a lot of disagreements from a lot of the people who've read it over the last 15 years, maybe 20 years most. I mean, remember, some of us have been reading it for like 45. And Batman was pretty much the fucking same for a long time.
He wore Kevlar armor.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about
which was woven, so it's woven Kevlar.
O'Neill to even through Frank Miller. He was still pretty much wearing the same costume. They might have changed the fucking bat symbol a little bit. But, there was a Kelly Jones art style mix once in a while. But honestly, he was still the same Batman. Like right up to fucking Jim Lee and Hush. Still had
Jim Lee was the first person to put treads on the base of Batman's boots, which infuriated a ton of artists because now they're all how to do treads on the boots.
Yeah, I remember when they took away his underpants. It was a 700, right? They took away the you call them, the.
They took away his underpants during the
issue 700, right?
It wasn't issue 7. No, that was it was during the what was it called? Troika storyline. He was
that was the embossed black cover.
Yeah, he was that's Troika. That was Troika. He's experimenting with different costumes. Because he initially had like an all black with yellow belt, yellow symbol still. He had the fins on the legs, but no boots. So it was like a onesie. He had the fins on the legs as well, like the Azrael Batman. And then it developed into, and that was no pants. And then it developed into the no pants, but still the yellow symbol. And then the yellow symbol turned to the black symbol. So it became no pants with black symbol. And then Jim Lee, I think one of the conditions of Jim Lee doing Hush was he said, I want to put the pants on Batman. I want to put the pants back on him. And I think he also wanted the yellow symbol, and they compromised on no yellow symbol, but you can put the pants back on him. So there was, but I think it was the Troika storyline where he was experimenting with no knickers.
Yeah, he's got to have the knickers on. Yeah.
Detective 700 was Legacy. That was the Legacy storyline, Detective 700.
But I was talking about the Batman.
Batman 700 is like 11 issues away from the end of Batman Volume 1.
Is it?
Yeah, because that ended 13. I think that ended with 713.
Was it here? I'll tell you right now, because I'll know the cover. Detective 700. Detective Comics 700.
Detective 700 is the Legacy cover.
It's like no, that's not it. It must have been 600 then.
Put Troika. Just put Troika. Batman Troika.
Oh, that wasn't 600.
I'm sure it's Batman Troika.
I know it was like an embossed cover of some kind. Yeah.
And that's Troika. Yeah. Shadow of the Bat Troika. Try that one first.
Detective Comics 668. Nope.
There we go. Here, dude. Here, share this. Book.
Dig on.
Batman. Oh,
Okay, I'm not going to share it. You guys can share it. Who's sharing?
me. So that's the embossed cover, and then the Shadow of the Bat one is like
the cover.
much
That's the
darker.
cover. I'll find it. I'll get it because my cover it's like all black or something like that.
Okay, no, I know the one you're talking about. I'll get it. I'll grab it.
God, look at this.
It's the Shadow of the Bat. It's the Shadow of the Bat one.
Is it the Shadow of the Bat one? Yeah, I can't remember. I just know it was right around a anniversary where he got rid of his pants, and I was fucking pissed. I was so mad. I was like, no.
Yeah. Okay. I think I got it for you.
Yeah.
Point.
Is it Detective 8?
There we go. That one.
Let me see. That might have been it.
That's the No Pants Troika. I'll bring up the Detective Comics Troika cover as well.
Hang on a second. I can't remember now. My brain. I have it. I mean,
it's completely black.
Yes, it's completely black. That's right.
I think it's just been lightened.
I just remember bitching about it for like a week at my store going, I think this is a fucking stupid, terrible decision. And people were like, shut up, sell me my book, dumb comic book man. Don't give a fuck what you think.
I did not like the pants going at all.
I never liked the pants going.
Hey-o.
Dyslexic American.
Dude, got it. Boom, got it. 100. Boink.
Yep, there it is.
That's the one.
Oh.
There it is.
That's the one. Yeah, Troika. Yes.
Yes.
Come on.
I don't know what number it is though. What number is that? I thought it was like 700 or something like that, but I could have been wrong.
I will.
Or like 750. Is it 750? No, 650, something like that.
It's
I don't know the fucking Marvel numbering. I'm way more familiar with than DC numbering. So
I'll find what number that is.
Yeah.
But it's 682 or 683.
So okay, so it was close. All right. Cool. Dyslexic American.
That's Detective Comics though, not Batman. That's
yeah. No, Batman's way behind. Hale, just wanted to say congratulations on the move. I found your channel about a year and a half ago, and it helped me through the shit show. But if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have rewatched my favorite show. Cheers, man. Thank you.
Aw.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome. Trucker Rob. Honk, honk.
Trucker Rob.
Hang on.
Honk.
As I feel your pain on your diet, been at my own for a while. It's rough, but you'll get through it, buddy. If you need some encouragement, just have Rackets call you fat repeatedly or hit me. Happy birthday, Jeremy.
Or Eric July.
Yeah,
that's true.
Dang, right? Well, we got to okay, for one, it's International Women's Day.
Women's Day.
But more importantly, it's my wife's birthday. So happy birthday to Mrs.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Melissa.
Happy birthday to Mrs. Nerdrotic. She stopped aging. It's amazing. I mean, it's all the bathing in the virgin blood. But no, she's beautiful.
Batman 515.
And then it's Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers birthday, and maybe he'll like get off the kids menu someday.
Heyo.
Velcro shoes, you know.
Hey, look, Jeremy's looking forward to having those chicken sticks tonight.
He's gonna have little chicken nuggies. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, chicken nuggies.
Chicken nuggies.
Happy birthday, Jeremy.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, dude.
Congratulations on having a birthday.
Yeah. Yeah, congratulations on another day passing, and it just happened to be the day you were squirted out of your mom's vagina.
Tell your birthing
That's the
person
nicest way to put it, yeah.
congratulations.
It really is. Well, unless you were cut out of her stomach. I mean, That's one way to
that
do
Either
it.
way, it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's how my nephew got here.
that's how my kid got.
I came here by a stork. That's what I've been told.
Yeah.
Did you?
Ah.
Oh,
I thought you'd been birthed by original sin or something.
yeah. I was gonna say, like, how are like how do octopus, don't they spawn?
Well, you know, like they say the Big Bang and stuff. I was already there. I was
Well, we all were. We're all made of stardust, man.
Aw.
Except for me.
Stardust we will go
I'm
back
made-
to.
I'm made of meth, but I was cooked in a garage in San Bernardino.
Oh my
WG.
god.
$50. No sympathy for this Kravitz chick. Life is tough. For example, I once auditioned for Friday Night Tights, but Gary said I wasn't angry enough. So the role went to some bitter guy named Ryan. I moved on, and so should she. WG. Hey.
Wow.
WG. I said you were too rural. Too rural.
Rural, yeah.
You were a little too.
You weren't urban. You were rural.
redneck for us, buddy.
my
You
God.
and your dad gums and your tarnations. Darth Gorebag on the Streamlabs side. Ooh, it is a long time since we heard from Darth Gorebag. How are you, sir? For 22. So good news. Seattle dropped its vax mandates for theaters, so I finally saw Spider-Man No Way Home. No way. It was awesome. Toby was great, of course, but so was Andrew, and every villain was unique individual character. 9.5 out of 10. I agree. I love the movie. I love the movie for the nostalgia bait, and I don't care because it wasn't woke.
No.
And even fake Mary Jane like played a decent part, and then they removed her from being Mary Jane at the end. So
Yeah.
I think
I
they
was
did.
extremely happy with that decision because she wasn't my Mary Jane at all. And then I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm on board. I'm good with this.
And
And
she even says in the film that she's not Mary Jane, she's
Yeah.
Michelle.
Yeah,
I am
I like
Michelle.
that. I like that.
Is it Michelle Jones? Is it Michelle Jones?
Michelle Jones, yeah.
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 And Toby was still the best Spider-Man, but Andrew Garfield he was the
go.
Actor. He's a superior actor. He's a great actor. So like I hope we get more of both of them, but the problem is we're going to get Toby again in Doctor Strange. And
Which is going to be strange.
You think so?
Absolutely.
He's 100%.
I thought it was all but confirmed, basically.
Really?
Like,
Confirmed, yeah. It is. He's going to be there. Yep. And
then he's going to get killed by Scarlet Witch.
he's going to get killed by Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch.
No.
he's killing Professor X, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
This, oh my
This
god,
is gonna like.
I am
they're
so
stepping
nervous
on
for this
such-
film. I am
They're
so nervous.
such
I
dangerous
know, I'm like,
ground,
ah.
man. You better know what you do. Like, oh god, people already say like she's gonna be the Joker, but for women.
Oh,
Oh god.
Yeah.
don't they already understand that they are the joke? Okay, moving on.
It's
Well, they're
fine.
trying to do okay, it's going to be a bit of House of M-ish, right? And then there's also a storyline from the Avengers where she loses her shit because it's all because of her kids, and Magneto comes in like she's with I actually own the original art to this page. It was by Paul Ryan. It's a brilliant page. So she's in like a coma in a chair, and Agatha Harkness is looking over her and watching over her, making sure nobody fucks with her. And Magneto's like, nope, coming to get my daughter now. Comes down from space, just picks up the fucking house and leaves.
See ya.
Wow.
Fucking awesome. Like, God
That's
damn,
cool.
it's so good. Yeah, like Magneto's like, fuck this shit.
We're never
I
gonna
love
get that in
Magneto.
a fucking
I'm
movie.
worried about whatever they end up doing with a new Magneto.
Well, I
Mm.
watched that entire interview with Ian McKellen on the BBC, and I highly recommend you watch it. You watch the man, like, see his perspective on life. He's an 83-year-old man now. Of course, he was a gay activist, and you know, I have nothing. I have zero problems with his gay activism. I think it brought a lot of good into the world, but his attitude now is so fucking refreshing, and it shows the wisdom.
But that's what his attitude is always. That's what his attitude has always been.
Yeah, he's very
Yeah.
very practical. Like, he didn't judge. He wasn't judgmental of the people who were even like they weren't prejudiced against him, but they had to play the same game he did by being in the closet. He's like, it was just the system. It's fucked up.
He's the people that like Dave Chappelle referred to when he said Stonewall gays, like the people who like basically knew.
Yeah. So his perspective towards things now was even better. Was like even better because he's like he was not judgmental on the past at all. He's like, that's just the way it was. We moved on. Things are good now. He's like, I can now live a totally normal life and have been for years. He's all, this is great. Like that's the kind of shit you need to be hearing.
Yep.
Instead of everything wrong with this, like, no, you can tell he's a man at the end of his life that he's got a couple of regrets about not talking to his parents and stuff, but he's pretty fucking happy. Right. It's a really good interview. You gotta, I had to VPN it because it's on iPlayer. So
and respect to the man for playing one of my like favorite heroes and villains at the same time back in early 2000s. That was fucking great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like I said, I mean, I talked about this on I don't know if it's a stream, but back in there, I used to contribute towards the Terrence Higgins AIDS Trust. And obviously that was deeply ingrained in the gay community because it was something which affected the gay community a lot, as well as the heterosexual, but there's a lot more. And people like Siri McKellen, Elton John and stuff, who were vocal voices for this charity, all Ian would talk, all they would say is they just wanted acceptance. They just wanted acceptance. They didn't want anything special. They just wanted to be treated just like everyone else is treated. And I think, I think that is what was happening with society. And because of people like Ian McKellen speaking up and other people, coming out and supporting as well, the gay community was way more accepted. And by the turn of this century, I think we had got over a society, and when I say society had got over a lot of the preconceptions about the gay community, and they were fully accepted. And somewhere along the road, in recent years, equality is not enough. That's why we have equity now.
No, that's why we have like this fucking bullshit going on in Florida, right? Where they want to bring kids at kindergarten to fucking third grade. I mean, that's not appropriate.
Because
not appropriate. Shouldn't happen. Bad eggs,
and they are bad eggs, are trying to push the envelope now, and they're using the diversity as an excuse, as a crutch, as a weapon, a weaponization of it. And it really undermines the great work that people like Sir Ian McKellen did and still do. Because, I mean, that guy he's the GOAT. He's just the best.
Yep.
He's an incredible actor, incredible thespian. His roles have been outstanding. He conducts himself in an unbelievable way. He is a role model, a legit role model, somebody to look up to and be inspired from. He's I've seen little bits of it, and he's absolutely right. With stuff like, we're actors. It doesn't matter if you're gay or not gay. We're actors. We pretend. People should be able to play whatever roles they want, and this is how things used to be.
There's a part in the interview where he talks about his dad. Right, his dad died when he was young, and this relates to Tolkien, by the way. So the interviewer asked him basically if he was bitter that he had never told his dad he was gay, and what did he think his dad would think of him being a hardcore Christian, but he was like a conscientious objector of World War II. Like, he was a pacifist, so he didn't want to fight, but he would help people. He would definitely, like, during the bombing raids, he would bring people to the house and do a lot of very good things. So that's like, hey, I'm not going to fight, but I'm like going to support my country this way. And his dad died at an early age, and he's like, no, my dad wouldn't have judged me. My dad would have been completely fine with me. And he's all, but it was not anything we talked about back then. It wasn't in our frame of reference. There was no thing. There was no word for it. He's all, My dad might have had gay friends. It would have been called queer back then. I'm not even sure what it would have been called in the 30s and 40s, but it was dealt with differently. And it's how he didn't judge his dad. He's like, he just straight up did. And it made me think of, because I was reading a Tolkien article. Of course, people are judging the man for being raised when he was, right, and dying when he did. And it's the same thing. Like a lot of this, like these identity politics, all this shit we're bringing up now, there was no frame of reference for it. Okay. And you cannot judge people if they grew up in an environment, right? And, Tolkien did some traveling, but he mostly, kind of hung out in England. That was his frame of reference for his English mythology. So that's the whole connection there. Is Ian McKellen wasn't judgmental of the past. That's a wisdom with age. You get most of that with usually 20-somethings who are going to University of Glasgow for a full ride. By the way, for free.
University of where?
Of Glasgow, however you fucking call it. Yeah. Glasgow. Yeah. You spell
Glasgow? What's this?
Leave him alone, as
the last three letters of Glasgow.
Leave him alone.
Are they COW?
If you're speaking it phonetically,
yes, which I do because I'm from America. Okay, well, you don't need that W there, but it's Glasgow.
Let me throw stones there. You guys have Arkansas and you call it Arkansas. How did that happen?
I have no explanation for that. I'm not from the South. By the way, who pays for your school? Okay, in Scotland, how does it get funded? Is it taxpayers? Is it grants? Do they sell T-shirts? Like how do the schools get funded over there?
Public schools are government funded.
Oh, okay, they're government.
So taxpayer.
That means you pay for it, right? Okay, well that's good because now the University of Glasgow is for all EU students who can go and do get PhD, get doctorates or PhDs in comparative literature, like the girl I'm going to be going after in my next video, Mariana Maldonado, who is the Tolkien scholar, and her PhD is in comparative literature. So she's going to compare stories to each other. Mm-hmm. You get a PhD for that shit now?
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Man, where's my PhD? What the fuck?
Yeah. So you're paying for her article that was authored and funded by the University of Glasgow. Just talking about her particularly.
I like Glasgow.
Yeah. Glasgow. Going after Tolkien fans.
I hope you release it on. Are you releasing it today? You're not.
I might. It depends. I got to go.
It's International Women's Day. You should totally do it today.
Okay. I mean,
Gary, these modern kids, they know everything now.
But just going back a little bit to Sir Ian, I just wanted to also say that he is just someone to really take note of, especially with what he's saying in this interview and everything like that. Because as we've seen in the past little while, like on Twitter and stuff, there's old people out there that are like rock stars that are completely like the opposite side. So like, it's not, they're out there on Twitter being vocal about like Joe Rogan or like different things like that. And it's just completely annoying. And he Sir Ian, we know like he probably has like liberal, political leanings and everything like that. But he has never once come out on Twitter or anywhere like on social media and said like, fuck Republicans or like anything even remotely close to that. Like he just loves fans for fans. And he's always been a fan person. So I really appreciate that about him as a person. It's rare nowadays. It's really rare.
It is.
Yeah, it is. The interviews, like you get a good look into his life, and I don't agree with everything the guy says. Although he did say something about the Academy Awards, what I totally agree with. He said because somebody asked him like, "Hey, they got rid of the gender association, like best male artist, right?"
You were going to say best gender.
No. It's what he says afterwards. He's like, so they're not going to give best actor and best actress anymore, basically.
What?
Yeah, they're not. He's like, yeah. And Ian McKellen says, I'm all for it because they're stupid. They're all stupid.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
So Yeah.
They're all equally stupid.
Like, why would you? So he's such an actor. He's like, how could you compare a performance to one another? And it's like, oh, pretty easy. I can. With it. I have no problem with it. Michelle Pfeiffer, much better performance than Zoe Quinn Kravitz. So,
Zoe Quinn
Kravitz from now on. It's easier for me to remember.
That's funny. Yeah, there's definitely differences.
Yeah, there is differences. Some people say he goes way into like why because I have always wondered why British actors are fucking straight up better than American actors in most part. They are. And of a certain genre, of a certain age. Not anymore as much, but back in the day, they were just better. And now I know why they were better. And it was basically it was kind of a socialism union thing. It was you had to do a certain amount of time. It was like a trade. So you had to do a certain amount of time in your local theater, a long time before you can get into the union, before you can get on TV. And yeah, they just hung out, but they got paid, and it was, partially paid for by the taxpayer, which I would be totally against, by the way, fundamental.
Bless you.
And they went around little towns and did their little local theater and worked on their craft for a long fucking time. Now you can do that on your own without the taxpayer fucking paying for it. But that's the reason they practiced.
Yeah, like Alan Rickman was like, in plays and stuff for a long time before he got his big break for Die Hard. It was pretty cool. He's
And now Ian McKellen still thinks the government should be funding that. And he tried to like judge Margaret Thatcher, who said, no, anybody should be able to act who wants to act. You can practice on your own. You can go if you give a shit enough, you can go out and practice on your fucking own. I'm not going to pay for your fucking pretending, and I don't think anybody else should either. But definitely practice. I think that's a good thing. Oh my God, you drib. How am I supposed to say this? You drib. You drib boss. Question for the panel: which comic book, I'll accept manga, book, novel, run, not in the big two Marvel DC, is your personal favorite, and where does it rank? Hellboy. Easy answer. Next.
That's your favorite comic?
It's in my top 5. Hellboy. My favorite non-2 comic book run? Absolutely Hellboy. What about you guys?
Simpsons comics are the ones I read. There you go.
Does Garfield count?
Archie comics?
Archie.
He said novel, book, manga. Doesn't have to be.
Okay.
Okay. Harry Potter.
Something. Yeah, there you go. Something that's not Marvel and DC. Now I'm going to keep it to comics.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I think maybe Mark Millar's Reborn. That was
good.
Good. That was some good shit. We'll go with a little bit. Image used to pump out some great stuff,
Ooh, many years ago. Yes.
Yeah. Many years ago.
Many years ago.
They pump out any comics in Glasgow?
Maybe Cirrus Comics. I used to love Poison Elves. I Lucifer Poison Elves. I used to really enjoy that. That was great.
If you have not read Hellboy, dude, you got to read Hellboy.
I haven't.
Hellboy.
I've seen the big NOLA covers and all that. They look,
You've seen the movie. That's good enough, right?
It gives you an idea, but like it's a fantasy novel, like with just some. They get basically everything nerds are interested in. I mean, from Cthulhu to Nazis are involved in it. It's fucking amazing. It really is. I cannot sell it enough. Hellboy. It's tight. It's a concise story told over a very long period of time. And you could, if you like it, then you jump over to BPRD. And there's a lot of great characters. You got, like Mike Nolan's art is not for everybody. I understand that. It's a very distinct art style. But if you can get over that, some of the best writing. It's really good.
I guess I'll go next. I will pick novels because I really like sci-fi, space operas. One of my favorite ones of all time is Dan Simmons's The Cantos, which is like basically Hyperion, Rise of Hyperion, Endymion, and Fall of Endymion. sorry if I'm getting those wrong, but there's an order to that, and it's one of the I absolutely love that series. Another one is another great author is Ian M. Banks, and he's done several different like world books that are standalone books in the same universe as well, like The Player of Games and Consider Philibus. Those are some of my favorite, really good novels. So there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Agent Strawman for $30 says, in honor of International Women's Day, I will only be watching interracial lesbian adult content. Hail BBC, and thank you EFAP for getting me to rewatch Lord of the Rings. Oh, that is beautiful.
Wow.
I approve. Do it.
Oh, speaking of Lord of the Rings,
Lord of the Rings.
we're doing a thing on Thursday.
Is it next Thursday or this Thursday?
Oh, I don't know. I better check actually to make sure.
It might be next Thursday.
Yeah, I don't know. I got the message. I haven't been able to respond yet.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, okay, not this Thursday.
Yeah, I'll probably be there, but I can't commit until tonight. I got to see what my schedule is and stuff because things are so nuts right now. I need to get this office done, and then because my lighting, I've got to, because I have to start from scratch to fix my lighting. I don't even know where to fucking start. So it might be me laying on the floor staring at my ceiling for a little while, which literally will happen. That's how I have to figure out my lighting in here because it's such an odd room because it banks down, right? You can see it behind me. So it comes down, which is great for sound, not great for lighting, turns out. So yeah, fuck. But I think so. And we're also going to be doing Two Towers again in December for the 20th anniversary. Just remember that. Yeah. But
I just linked a little bit of information. If you're ever at a protest and someone's trying to get you to do something violent or illegal, they're probably a cop. And you should point at them and shout "Fed." Until next time.
Wow.
knowing is half the battle.
Man.
If they look like Ryan Kinnell and Nick Rekieta had a kid, they're definitely
The Fed boys.
The Fed boys. I'm looking for that article.
What if Ryan Kinnell is actually a Fed in disguise and he's a plant?
The entire time? Wow.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so he did like Ryan say something inflammatory about Batman. and then anyone who you know, they might start a chain. He's kind of right though. You know, that mayor in the Batman is just ridiculously
What, she stuck out like a sore thumb.
I think it's worse as a result as well, because Riddler is all about destroying corruption and stuff, but the film makes it seem like she's squeaky clean. Like, why are you going after her?
Yeah, like why are you helping this person who was like clearly That's pretty good.
It could be pretty good. Yeah, you know.
Damn. I don't know. I kind of want to see that.
Yeah.
Well,
that kind of looks awesome.
It does, and believe me, they'll if they remake Lord of the Rings, they will make Gandalf black. I promise you, because they'll say and no, Tolkien does not describe skin color. He does describe eyes, eyebrows, everything else, hair, but doesn't technically say anything about skin, except for the whole fair part. By the way, I'll read it to you again. No.
Wait, but he doesn't technically say that they don't.
In my video,
they're not straight or gay, does he? Either he doesn't technically say that they're not trans.
No, he doesn't. Say they have 10 toes.
Yeah,
exactly. Have 10 toes. They could have 6.
I don't remember him actually saying it wasn't set in the Star Trek universe. You never said that.
He didn't technically say that.
Timeline. He did not mention that it wasn't in the Kelvin timeline. Now, it wasn't invented when he was alive, but it doesn't matter. He didn't say it.
Yeah. I mean, he does talk about the white, but I think that meant the clothes color, not the skin.
Well, he technically, I mean, again, I don't want to spoil my video, but there's a part where they're trying to use one color that he says, but then forget the follow-up statement, which definitively defines the elves, okay? Because they want to use that Browner word that he used for hobbits. That's in the Lord of the Rings prologue, which everybody knows he means olive skin. That's all. That's all. He means like a browner version of white, because that was his frame of reference. The Tolkien professor, by the way, in his IGN video, says that he fucking comes out. He comes out and says, "Do I think Tolkien was probably imagining all his characters as white? Yes.
Yeah.
But then he follows it up with a but.
What? They technically say there weren't trucks and U-Hauls, and so there could have been.
It doesn't matter, and there are different races in Middle Earth that Amazon could use, but they don't want to use it, and you'll have to watch my video to find out. But he follows up that Browner with that the Falahides are fairer, which defines fair as being white, like lighter skinned, lighter white. And that's how he fucking multiple times he describes the elves that way. They're the fairest of creatures. Which means beauty and but it doesn't mean race. It doesn't. It's the identitarians have introduced this poison into the fandom, this conversation into the fandom. I don't want to be having these conversations. I'm not going to sit there and now we're breaking down what Tolkien was thinking, and they're just straight up lying to you. They're fucking lying to you. And thankfully, most of the Lord of the Rings fans, 99% of them, understand this, and I am grateful for that. I am very grateful for that. But they're fucking lying to you. Let's go. Speaking of liars, let's go to another fucking idiot.
Ooh, damn. What a setup.
That's a segue.
Yeah.
Rags makes a special appearance in my video because he roasted this piece of shit. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that is a diet of soy.
Oh, this guy. Oh, okay.
Holy Moses, that's estrogen bread.
Right.
Soy.
I can't get those.
Oh, look what Gary's been shopping for.
I know. What? Busted. That's all that comes up. Hey, at least it's not like, fucking blue pills or something like that.
Dating at over 50.
Awkward.
Oh, no.
Okay, I was not shopping for shoes. I don't give a shit about shoes.
I was shopping for toys. I was not shopping for shoes.
I might have been looking at a Hellcat too, but the history. I was just looking. No, I'm not going to buy one. They're too expensive. Spending $60,000 on a car is fucking retarded. Don't ever do it. Okay, you can go get one that's been used for a year or leased for a couple of years. Buy it half as much. Buying a new car is the biggest waste of money on the planet. That's somebody who worked in the car industry for 20 years combined. So never, ever, ever buy a new fucking car. You just get a year-old one or whatever, or a lease, or a sold-in lease. The history of fantasy is racialized. So this is their new pitch.
No, it's not.
This is from the like a couple weeks ago, but this is going to be the Access Media's new pitch. This is what they're going to be rolling out. That fantasy's always been racist. Okay, now this is a bit of an academic argument that's been around for a while, but what I mean new is they're going to introduce it to the Lord of the Rings fandom because of the backlash, to be specific, for any apparent autism out there, that this is when they're rolling it out. So, and we're getting it twice now. So when I see something very similar rolled out 2 to 3 times within a week of each other, I know there's something up. There's been a memo shared. There's been a DM group. There's been something. So the history of fantasy is racialized. That is, by the way, that is like how the other article that I cover in my video, I mean, it literally ends with that quote. And this one starts. And again, those articles were 3 days apart. Lord of the Rings series sparks debate over race, only because you motherfuckers keep bringing it up. And because of Amazon introduced it. It would not be, if it was the race of men, not a single person would be saying anything right now. Fuck, you could even take the Numenorians and make them somewhat Mediterranean. Wouldn't give a shit. Would still go against what Tolkien said because they're half elf and they have gray eyes and blue eyes. And that kind of gives away their screen color. But whatever. Introduction of characters of color into, by the way, is this guy British? He
The
didn't
Guardian,
put a
so
U in
yeah,
there.
I imagine so, yeah.
He didn't put a
Yeah,
U
I
in
think
there.
so.
You didn't put a U in there, so he might not be British, which I think you should all be grateful in the
Ooh.
UK right now. In the Tolkien's fantasy world, has some fans complaining about, as others point out, it's not less authentic to cast black actors, except when it is. Kind of like when you cast a black Viking. It'd be like
God.
if I cast a white Zulu, would that be historically accurate?
Asian, please.
Sorry, a white Asian,
An Asian Zulu tribe.
an Asian Zulu.
X-ray.
I think we should have that. I think we should have an Asian. There's no Asian
Or
representation
women. Or women as well.
in the Zulu tribe.
I'm ready. I'm ready for my next role.
And why is it?
You notice how this argument only ever comes up when it says regards to white people?
Yep.
Of course.
This argument is never even touched upon for any other race whatsoever, any other mythology whatsoever. It's white mythology that needs to be pulled down. That's not racism. That's just a fucking fact deal. That
Yeah, like imagine New Mulan came out and they were like black actress. The chaos that would cause. You'd be like, what are they gonna do with that? They'd be like, you can't do that. It's like, no, we can because it's important to. No, you can't because that. No, wait.
According to you, diversity and representation is important. So we're gonna So we're inserting that into your mythology now. No.
Oh, and by the way, I mean, this is also a way. This is a cheap way. I mean, not with Lord of the Rings, but we're starting to see it with other things. They're starting to just remake stuff with like, hey, let's remake this movie with women, and then we can remake it with black people. Then we can make it with Mexican. Like, it's just it's also Hollywood being cheap. Hollywood being incredibly cheap. All this diversity saves them a lot of money. They can circumvent certain writers. They can get rid of certain people. Yeah, Hollywood doesn't give a fuck about your cause. I think Disney proved that recently. There's, which is great.
Fantasy is fantasy. Fantasy isn't reality. That's why it's called fantasy. A lot of fantasy is built from mythologies.
Yes.
Why does everything these fucking woke? I won't say the C word. Why do these people want everything, fantasy, reality? Everything to be homogenized. If everything's homogenized, what is different? Homogenization doesn't mean good at all.
It's so crazy because they're even doing that to like stuff like D&D. Like, they've been doing that for so long. It's like, oh, like the orcs mean black people, or like let's put a fucking handicap ramp. Yeah, it's just
it's the consistency that I have the problem with. Like you're right, as they aren't doing this shit with anything else. They're only doing it with this. That's what I am specifically calling out. And if once in a while it doesn't bother me, it honestly doesn't bother me most of the time. When it's like a peripheral character, I could give a shit. But when they start doing it with very specific stories, again, a guy who wrote out genealogies and like delayed the fucking Return of the King for a couple weeks because he had to rewrite something because of the phase of the moon, according to his daughter. By the way, his daughter said that. So that's
crazy.
Yeah, that's something nobody would have noticed.
But he would have noticed, and that's so amazing. That's the sign of like, I don't know, man. It's like a genius thing to know about your world to that extent. And oh man, that's so crazy.
No, this guy's IQ is off the charts. Like absolutely off the charts, smarter than fucking everybody. It was very hard to understand him because he would just talk so fast and he would just assume everybody would understand him. And they weren't. They were like, what did he just say?
What?
Nope. Okay, so let's see what this moron says, because believe me, this is gonna sound really familiar. Amazon, the company, finds itself navigating treacherous if familiar waters. Yes, I would almost have sympathy for them if they weren't a $1 trillion company who could tell everybody to fuck off. And was already triggered a fierce debate over race by introducing characters of color into J.R.R. Tolkien's fantasy world. I would say the debate is more over lore than the actual debate of race. By the showing of different races, you showed you weren't going to respect the lore. So I would say if we get what we get and we get this unbelievable story, that trumps everything. Story trumps everything. I can get over a lot of shit if it's a good story and these are interesting characters, but I've been down this road way too many times. I know what we're gonna get now. I know we're gonna get CW fucking Tolkien, and we're gonna get Amazeballs Galadriel.
Oh my god, I am so for that.
Who's gonna be like pegging Celeborn, and
we hope.
And I know that, Gary, you've said before that story trumps everything. And one of the things that you've exampled, and which I completely agree with, has been, Starbuck sex swap in Battlestar Galactica. Because I remember at the time, everybody was pissed off about that too. And then she came in and she killed it. And the story killed it. And everyone was like, okay, whatever. Who cares?
I never watched that fucking show. I said, I'm never going to watch the show. Fuck this show. Because Edward James almost came out of Comic-Con. I was sitting in the fucking room and he goes, yeah, if you like the old Battlestar Galactica, you're going to hate this.
Oh my God. That's like a terrible comment to make.
Oh my God. If I had a YouTube channel, I'd be all over his ass for that. But then I watched it. My friends all know, really, you got to watch it. And I'm like, nope, I refuse to. I won't. So he burned me discs and he went through such an effort. I'm like, fine. And Melissa and I sat down and watched it. And like within 10 minutes, I'm like, oh, this is pretty good.
You get hooked. And then, and also almost gave one of the best performances of any.
God, yes. No, he became my instant favorite. If that was the shit. Okay. So yes, it can happen. It can absolutely happen when you have somebody like Ronald D. Moore at the helm, not Opie and Opie.
Yeah, we always say that we want to eat crow. So I really hope that these people, hey man, maybe beginner's luck. I don't know, whatever. I hope they pull it off, and if they don't, they're gonna fucking get so many videos made by someone else.
And I'll say 99.9% sure they're not pulling this off.
I don't think so either, man. I really don't, but. Hey,
because
I'm infinite hope girl. Okay, I gotta have infinite hope here. I have a brand to maintain. So
no, you can tell that this is not going to work, and you can tell because they had an orchestrated campaign against exactly what was said, the reaction wise to the trailer, ready to go.
Yep.
Because they knew they were fucking with the law, and they knew that people would come at it from the law perspective. And so they had to turn it into race
immediately.
We keep saying that. I use the analogy of Tarzan. I said I recently watched the modern day Tarzan movie, 2015 one. I said if Tarzan had gone to when he went back to Africa and the tribe had Asian people and white people in it, I'd be going, this is stupid. Why are there Asian people and white people in this fucking African tribe at the turn of the 20th century? It doesn't make a lick of sense. But they want to turn it into race and not law. They want to take the commonsensical elements out of it, and they want to take the specifically written elements from Tolkien out of it, because this is a show which has been created to diversify, to correct the wrongs in their eyes of the racist white fucking Tolkien and his racist Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is for everyone. Guess what, bitch? It has been for 80 fucking years.
Yeah.
And then you come along with your identity fucking politics, because this is all that defines them. This is their life.
Yep.
There's nothing else to them at all. Color, race, color, race. Scream on Twitter. Jesus Christ. I would hate to be you. I'd hate to live your life. Your life must be so empty and vacuous as you desperately claw for some sort of meaning, which you don't have. And this is why they latch on the superficial and not the fucking depth.
That's exactly what that trailer was. People go, oh, the trailer was no big. Are you kidding me? First image. We see female hobbit, black dwarf, female Galadriel climbing a fucking mountain. Black dwarf
with a knife,
chained. Like these are the images that they decided and by the way, a couple of these characters are original. They aren't even Tolkien characters, and they get a lot of the screen time in the first fucking minute instead of fucking Celeborn, who we still don't know if he's even going to be in it, and I'm guessing he might not be. And Celebrimbor, and Gilgalad, who we saw for a second, who are major players. We saw Elrond later. Guy doesn't even look like fucking Elrond, like at all. In any description, anything we've ever seen in the past, Elrond should have darker hair. Absolutely should have darker hair, not fucking not blondish, reddish hair. Yeah, this is what Amazon chose to show us first off. So they're the ones who, and then, yes, that article from Vanity Fair, which I promise you was ran by Amazon a couple of times, that was baked in there as well, signed off on by Amazon. And so much so, they were so scared about the backlash that they actually had a follow-up article, which made things worse. And that's why they've shut up since then.
I think Discovery did a better portrayal of their Elrond than this, whatever the fuck this is. Was it Discovery or Picard?
Oh, you mean Elnor?
Yeah,
Elnor?
yeah.
You mean the guy they shipped right off the fucking show in the first 10 minutes?
Yeah. It looks so fucking stupid.
Oh my God.
I just want to highlight something that will amuse as a lot the rest of you to a degree. Before this show started, I did a stream of Elden Ring, and then I jumped on with Metal streaming it for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He reached this boss. Looks like a tough lad. It's a bit of an end game one. He was stuck on it for about an hour and a half when I then left to come here, and I was just checking in to see what's going on. He's still fighting it.
Aww. Aww.
Best of luck, Metal.
and Metal is not afraid to use gamer words on Twitter.
Well, do you know he famously fought the Orphan of Kos, a Bloodborne enemy, for 9 hours?
Oh, I would rather do anything. I'm sorry. I'd just rather do fucking anything on earth.
It's called dedication, Gary. He has to prove that he's
twice.
When you've rated MMORPGs, dude.
Bless your heart. I no judgment at all. It's just not my thing. Okay?
This is so Gary right now.
There is not the only thing I want to do for 9 hours. YouTube video, but I won't spend 9 hours on a motherfucking video game. Yeah, like back to Lord of the Rings. Okay. So the tech giant has spent a dragon's dungeon of gold on adapting the beloved story. Famous for the cultish fans. By the way, it's cultish fans. That's how he starts the second paragraph. Some of who are deeply
fans.
Cultish fans.
You got to disparage them. You got to try and disparage them.
Yep. And deeply enmeshed in the right-wing culture war industry. Oh, it's
oh, fuck this dude.
By the way, this right-wing thing is falling apart, and because there's by the way, there's big old fracture going on right now with this whole Ukrainian thing. Just so you know,
just some guys and other he's
that
right wing supremacist.
Oh well, I'm super right wing. I mean, okay. Yet it is full. I mean, like, sure, I agree with a lot of shit, but I don't think a lot of us like having labels. Some of us tried to fight them quite a bit when we were growing up, so I'm not going to embrace labels. But yet it is fully aware its final product has to reach a broad and modern audience to justify its eye-popping expenditure. So Peter Jackson's films did not do that. Like even with The Hobbit, $10 billion. They grossed all 6 of those films, $10 billion. I'm sorry they left so much money on the table.
Just white people buying that. Fuck.
I know, yeah. It must be selling to white people. Co-produced by New Line Cinema, The Lord of the Rings of Power isn't part of Peter Jackson's phenomenally successful Lord of the Rings and Hobbit movies, but it is intended to capitalize on their success.
Of course it is.
Well, I mean, at least they're admitting it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Ride the coattails of it, yeah.
A streaming.
What do they keep saying? They want pre-built-in audiences for their messages.
And then to alienate them immediately. That's always a really wise choice.
Well, split them, divide them. But I think they'll be taking off a much smaller chunk than they think with this.
So this fuck isn't padding. He's like padding. So he calls. Okay. So essentially, what he says in the first part of this article is, we are introducing more race. The Tolkien fans are cultish, and then I'm going to recap shit like everybody knows unless they were born like literally this week. Peter Jackson's success. It's on streaming. It stars people. It costs money. All right, so we're in the fourth paragraph. It's the crown jewel of Amazon.
Is it? Is it just because of the amount of money they're spending?
Maybe.
I guess that's probably what it means, right? Crown jewel. Because I was just thinking, like, what is Amazon Prime's greatest video content right now for success? I assume
Wheel of Time.
Reacher beat Wheel of Time.
Wow! Awesome.
Yes,
that's great.
Awesome.
Great show.
Wheel of Time. And why? Because it was accurate and it was good and it's a decent show. And it's not even the greatest show ever made. It's pretty good.
It's good. It was
just entertaining, man. It's just entertaining.
I guess they're hoping this thing will become their crown jewel in terms of profits, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
The Lord of the Rings appendices are more like a show Bible. No, they're actually just called appendices. The kind of notes you would give to teleplay writers, the narrative, then a narrative of its own. So producers have woven in their own stories of romance and palace intrigue into the book's timelines, fairy stories, and genealogical footnotes. That has allowed them to cast people of color as some of the series' elves and dwarves, pleasing some of the book fans and angering others. Pleasing some of the book fans. That's okay. I'm sure 5% of the activists are happy. Recently, Vanity Fair ran a spread of promotional photos for the show, which showed everybody's hands. Oh, that was before that, though. Including images of Sophia Nomvedi as Dwarven Princess Disa. And I bet you, I swear to God, I bet you she's in it 5 minutes.
But how are you black if you, I mean, they contradict themselves because that Tolkien expert, when the world was flat, who said that the Numenoreans were on the equator, said, so yeah, they're on the equator, so I can understand why they might have, different pigmentations of skin. And then you have a black dwarf which lives underground where you don't get any sun.
Yep. So you're wrong.
That's what
and you contradict yourself after you're wrong.
Yeah.
Because if the world is, say, I don't know where the sun came up in Arthas when it was like just a disc kind of thing. So I'm guessing it came up still in the east where Numenor would have been down here. So the physics of a sun going over a flat earth, not really sure. Can I save in flat earth right now, or are we going to get like just destroyed here on YouTube? But Numenor would have been over here, like away from the sun most of the time. So it would have been like the UK in winter. Kind of
dark and gloomy.
I'm just thinking of the next flat earther, Nerdrotic.
Yep.
Flat Middle Earther. I'm a flat Middle Earther.
Flat Middle Earther.
Just so you know.
Oh man.
Oh, so he got blah 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 show Bible, blah 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 Vanity Fair, Elvish War. Then they said Ismael Cruz Cordova as Elvish warrior Orendir. On YouTube, the trailer of The Rings of Power has 67,000 comments as of the writing, and thousands of them are quoting wrongly attributed Tolkien about the corrupting and uncreative evil nature of evil. Evil cannot create anything new. It can only spoil and destroy what good forces have invented and created. It's read in multiple languages, other more blunt. Imagine spending millions of dollars to promote your woke social justice warrior garbage of a film. Way to tarnish a good franchise. Read one. Amazon decided to destroy Tolkien's work because why do a good job when you can be corrupted by the force of political beliefs? Stated another. Does anybody here have a problem with either of those two quotes?
No, I think that's perfectly fine.
Very accurate.
Right? Yeah.
I think they're absolutely perfectly fine, and the word in a non-inflammatory way.
Okay, so non-fans rolled their eyes. South Park retroactively changed its sole black kid character's name from Token to Tolkien, the kind of backhanded acknowledgement of its own mistakes that are a staple of irreverent cartoon sense of humor. And yeah, it was still fucking, it fit perfectly for my video. Thank you very much. It's tempting to dismiss the complaining as the usual internet nerd rage. Similar disputes played out when actors of color started taking new major roles in Star Wars products.
I knew they were going to bring
Here we
up
go.
Star Wars. Here we go. Here we go.
Star Wars isn't Tolkien.
It's not. And nobody had a problem with the Black Stormtrooper. That is such a fucking lie.
That's
That is
so stupid. We wanted more of the
was-
Black Stormtrooper and we got less. Go fuck yourselves.
I am not going to be disingenuous. I do recall when it was announced, there was a small group of. I mean, and when I say small, I mean small in amount of posts about Finn, and it amounted to nothing. Virtually,
the only, you know what I saw? People complaining that they made the Stormtrooper black because it was a bad portrayal of black people. That's what I saw complaining. Like, why'd you have to make the Stormtrooper black? Why couldn't the black guy be a good guy? And they didn't understand, I guess, that he was going to be a good guy at some point. That's the shit I saw.
Yeah.
I didn't see anybody complaining about a Stormtrooper being black other than that.
How can you ignore the fact that sentiment for the sequel trilogy is almost turned exclusively into, man, Finn, what a great character that could have been.
No,
Yeah.
Everybody says this.
What is the main two complaints of the sequel trilogy? Does it have anything to fucking do with the main? No, but the characters aren't even, there's not enough character there to complain about, to be honest with you. It's fucking Luke and Han. That's the problems we have still. I care less about fucking Rose Tico. She was insignificant. She was annoying. And then, Disney is the one who committed the crime. They're the ones who made Finn a joke and put like Kelly Marie Tran, who's a pretty good looking girl, into a fucking potato bag.
Yeah, we wanted more of those characters, like being like to for them to justify it. Like we wanted maybe Finn being an actual Jedi, like Force sensitive and everything like that. Like, and we got none of that. And then all of a sudden, The Last Jedi came out, and I was like,
if only there was a Jedi Master that could have trained them.
If only.
It's just three different people's idea. Like, I don't even think that fucking Rise of Skywalker is congruent with Force Awakens. It feels like three different people's movies. And then they were like, this is all sharing continuity, by the way. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
But the conflict is also about the rise of two kinds of media empire, not just one. There is Amazon, the crown jewel in the vast business empire of Jeff Bezos, the richest man alive. Oh my God. This guy is rimming him right now.
I thought Elon Musk was the richest man.
And there is YouTube, a place for every dork who likes to complain about pop culture, whose darker corners are frequent haunt of racism and bigotry. Okay, let's go back up a
You're
little.
such a dork, Gary.
Gary, what's your current subscriber count?
I can't make it out. It just says bigotry.
Or yeah, it's just
No, seriously though, what's your current
424? I think.
MauLer, what's your current subscriber count?
It's under 400k, somewhere around that.
Just a little bit under 400k.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit under 300k. So 3 people over 1 million subscribers. Show me the dark corner of 1 million people. To me, that is an open in the light bunch of channels that people who have their own free will choose to come to and listen to, just like they listen to this live stream right now. This isn't a dark corner. There's nothing untoward going on here. This is what we used to call back in the day open fucking discourse, which seems to be a dying breed. Yeah, it seems to be a dying breed because now it's, oh no, you can't have open discourse unless that discourse is exactly what we want it to be. Then suddenly this open discourse turns into a dark corner of the internet. If this soy-based fucking prick wants to come on to any of our channels and discuss this dark corner, feel free to. I'll happily accept him on to discuss this dark corner of the internet. Or is it that you're just another pathetic, failed journo activist that is once more jealous of YouTubers because Gary can put out a video about Lord of the Rings and get 400,000 views in 24 fucking hours, which is way more than this article will ever fucking see the light of day at. Maybe that's the article that's in a dark fucking corner. And you're envious. You're envious because people choose to listen. People choose to come to other fucking channels and places and listen. And your fear is they actually agree with what's being said. They're not conforming to the narrative. They're not how you want to rewrite it. You are a fucking failed fucking activist. You're having a cry on your Guardian website. And you know that just because you got the fucking brand of the Guardian, something which has a great reach, a large reach in the UK, you can't touch, Gary. You can't fucking touch MauLer. When they want to put something out, their numbers will fucking destroy you because more people understand, relate, and appreciate what's being said in honesty than you, which is not being said in honesty whatsoever.
Yeah, that's why legacy media is dead because of these people.
Exactly.
Fucking urinalists.
This is an art. This is a death knell article. This isn't an article about the Lord of the Rings. This is a fucking obituary on journalism. Yep. That's what this is. All right, that's it.
No, that's
also pronouns and bio.
Yeah, pronouns and bio. That's all I need to see. That's all I was going to see.
No, in fairness, he's got pronouns in his bio because he needs to remind himself of what he fucking is.
Oh, well.
Oh.
I got burns all day.
All day.
All day.
All right, let's get back to this dude. Right when he was getting to the YouTubers, the terrible YouTubers.
Dark corner.
It's all your fault, Gary.
The dark corner of the internet.
It's just so disingenuous. It's just so disingenuous. That's what I mean. He doesn't annoy me. It's the premise that annoys me because he's part of a collective. He's literally just part of a collective and they cannot stand that people do not agree with their sensibilities. They cannot stand
but
that people have their own opinions.
You're right. And it's so formulaic. We already knew what he was like. I have not read this article. This is the first time I've seen this. I knew he was going to go to Star Wars. Like
listen to his second point. So because he's comparing Amazon and YouTube for some reason, like, by the way,
Amazon owned Twitch, by the way. That's what you should be comparing.
So again, remember, he's comparing Amazon and YouTube. One group is populated by people who can afford to buy the rights to the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, just one thing, Gary. Just one thing, Gary. Amazon owned Twitch. Twitch, which is a rival platform to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the other is populated by people for whom the Lord of the Rings is the second best thing to the Bible, but for both, an incredible amount of money and influence is at stake, and Amazon is probably wary, and its grand project could be vulnerable to attacks by aggrieved online superfans. Well, Amazon's the one who rolled out the superfans, not us. So you're right. They could eventually bury their own product. Not going to argue with you there. YouTubers complaining about fan mistreatment as a quote, because it doesn't exist. You are never mistreated, fan. Did you know it's all a part of your imagination?
I have to call it this fucking part of a cult. Thanks, bro.
Fucking cultists.
Cultist fans.
YouTubers complaining about fan mistreatment have hundreds.
This guy is a fucking clown. He's the circus. Sometimes
millions of subscribers. Inevitably, these fans are devoted to movie, TV shows, comics, and their childhoods, and many are I'm not devoted to my childhood. My childhood is
not quite.
over. My childhood ended a long time ago, and I do not think about it very much, like ever. I'm devoted to my now. And many are constantly on the watch for a new version that might expand the role of women, add characters of color, and include characters who aren't straight. So what percentage of the fandom wakes up every morning going, man, I need a gay black Spider-Man?
I do it all the time, Gary. It's like my first thought.
I need a scissoring Filipino Wonder Woman. You know.
All right, there's at least 3 in San Francisco.
Probably.
I desperately need a pasty white Black Panther desperately.
Wow. Yeah, we
Somebody-
need Ryan Reynolds as the
Yeah.
new Black Panther.
Oh,
That's
no,
what
no.
we need.
Someone did a whole thing based around what's the other Ryan? Ryan Gosling.
Gosling, yeah.
Yeah.
Did a whole thing about Ryan Gosling being black.
So this is a guy knowing he's talking to normies, and he's going to try to convince you that fandom, the most part of fandom, wants identity politics.
In all fairness, it's the Guardian. He's not talking to normies.
Yeah. I don't know who
Yeah.
that he's talking to, because they
I
need
don't
to.
know who he's talking to.
Don't
Yeah.
they need to beg for money at the bottom of every article? Is that
Yes.
the Guardian?
Yeah,
Where they, please give us money.
That's all newspapers, in all honesty, Gary.
It's true.
I wonder why.
Legacy media.
Legacy
Mhm.
media.
Dying.
YouTubers color or include characters who aren't straight. When they're riled up, they can coordinate broad campaigns of harassment and even threats of violence across social media. Who was recently threatened with violence?
You mean when like fucking poor Ryan got death threats for saying he liked the movie, but he thought that there was too many
Good black
just
people. That's what
good
he said.
black- yeah.
That was his quote.
yeah.
And again, the only thing I disagree with was that 8 out of 10.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. Often meets with approval of broader right-wing media, which will sometimes fan the flames of useful controversy. Talented, at least he said we're talented. Talented social media trolls have gone on to jobs on cable television. Why would we take the pay cut?
Dude, how can we take this? Dude, how can you be taken seriously when every time you refer to someone, you call them cultists, trolls? You don't talk about them as regular human beings. So you immediately and consistently just come across as partisan. So again, who is this article for?
Is
it for him?
Question. It must be for him. It sounds like he's working out some stuff. Like, I want to be a YouTuber too, but my face is through soy. I don't know.
I
you-
wonder if he has a
Even
channel.
soy.
That would be hilarious.
If you're trying to connect to other people that you think has a different opinion to you, you might immediately want to start insulting them.
Hmm.
You know, you catch more flies with honey than you do shit. And this article's shit.
Yeah, right wing mentioned 3 times.
Right wing, cultist, and what was the other one?
Oh, here it is. Again. In human terms, being the target of right-wing hate campaigns can be draining and depressing in business terms. It can really mess with a marketing budget, and that kind of power is attractive to permanently aggrieved pop culture devotees.
Hey man, imagine being what it does to your business to be targeted by left-wing mobs. Oh,
Yeah.
what can that do?
Yeah,
Fucking
because that never
destroy
happened.
people's lives. Like, why are we even comparing?
Only the right wing's bad.
You're exactly right. No, he's coming from perspective. He's part of the delusional left that don't think cancer culture exists, that thinks they're in the middle, that they aren't the extremists and they're the good guys. And when they do cancel somebody, it's because they're a Nazi and they deserved it.
It's kind of amazing to think. Like, it's like, oh, you know, when right-wing people, like, when they all start hating on a thing, and it's like, it can do damage to that. And we're sitting like, wow. Yeah, you know, you're right, I guess. Yeah.
Self-awareness levels, though. I mean, come on.
I mean, I know the left wing are ruining individual lives, but they're hurting Star.
Oh, no. We might not get Book of Boba Fett season 2.
Oh, no.
Oh my god. Man, I might have to expand my video. I didn't really go over this article enough.
There's a lot in here.
Can I just correct that, Gary? You didn't realize how dumb it was.
Well, I would pick one. I picked one dumb article. They're both equally dumb. I guess I could just make another video. Why not?
That's another few 100,000 that's going to annihilate the amount of people that watch this fucking thing.
Oh my god. Oh, could you put a poll? I never do this, but I'll let the fans decide of the real BBC. X-Ray Girl, is she there? Sorry, I'm looking at the articles. I'm not looking at the screen. I don't even know. Just a second.
You
Hi.
mean the cultists in the chat?
Can I ask my cult, our cult, whoever, we could be the cult of MauLer. I'm fine with that. the tentacle cult. Let's put in a poll. Should I release my Lord of the Rings video today or tomorrow?
Yes.
The one about the woman today.
Why would you even ask? What do you think they're gonna say?
Some people might say I should wait till tomorrow and try to work on it a little more. I don't know.
No, make 2 videos.
They'll
just say make a second part.
Sure.
Make 2 videos. The one about the woman should be
Part
released
1
today.
in the title. There you go, part 1, and then you can
Part 1. I technically could, considering the title.
There you go.
All right, you get it in the evening. I usually like to release them in the morning, but well, they'll put up the poll. Let's just see. Okay, so right wing culture.
Put up the poll.
Okay, let's just well, yeah. I mean, hey, listen, X-Ray Girl knows how to handle polls. So
We like polls.
Yeah.
So Mark says.
Let's recap here. Cultish fans are right wing bigots. Did I get everything right?
Mm-hmm.
They're YouTubers. Okay.
Well, no, hold on, Gary. Whoa.
Did I miss something?
Tolkien fans that don't agree with him
are bigot right wing.
Bigot and right wing cultists.
I'm surprised he didn't say sexist too. God.
It's coming.
Yeah, I think that's next.
The extremity of protest over the unrealistic presence of Black Dwarf Princess feels silly, considering the stories themselves are about wizards and magic rings and the occasional dragon.
No.
Wizards, guys.
There are rules. There are rules and law. You are trying to dismiss rules and law flippantly. You are being disingenuous, sir. You are trying to use one thing to say one thing. You're talking out, was it both sides of your mouth? Is that what they're saying?
It is. You've pointed this out before. If it doesn't matter, then why does it matter?
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
It's the Space Wizards argument. They've been doing this for ages. It's like,
guess what? Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and Star Trek and Doctor Who are all different. Conan the Barbarian, all different. Hawk Lady, all different. They have their own different interpretations, their own different set of rules.
Okay. So, author of The Dark Fantastic and an associate professor. It's always an associate professor, a scholar. Every university. Okay, not every. There's a couple that aren't. Most universities are extremely left. Extremely left. I mean, like fundamentalist left at this point. So nobody, like no regular person is going to really take a scholar and think that means anything other than, oh, it's some fucking whack job from a university now. That's what your average America probably thinks. Your average America at least rolls their eyes at scholar now. Oh God, maybe some regular NPR listener from fucking San Francisco still gives a fuck about scholar and having a PhD and whatever. Author of Dark Fantastic and associate professor at the University of Michigan are not wrong when they say the Black characters seem like they just don't belong in the notoriously white fantasy genre. Okay.
No, wrong. No.
They just
Conan.
Write your own. Like, for one, you're right. Conan, and it's such bullshit. And it's not like there's a ton out there that's known widely by the public. Yes, there are fucking tons of books out there. But as far as like well-known properties, there's a handful. And Conan is one of them. Who last time I checked, don't have any white folk running around that I know of. I mean, the movies did, but I never pictured it in my mind's eye that way. Unless it's Vikings or something like that. But where was I? I lost it. I was focused on that right wing that I had.
I mean, to me, if you were to say there is not enough black fantasy, there's not enough black fantasy, I would see that as a huge opportunity.
Yes.
Yeah.
To get out there and fucking make some. Then I've got an idea. I've got a plan. I've got a world that I've created that I imagine. Get it fucking out there. This is and in today's day and age, money. God, you can exploit the shit out of Hollywood for this if you were so inclined to do so. And yet you want to turn it into a failure? That just shows you can't create.
Is
Dude,
this
I know somebody who's black who's creating shit right now.
right? Is this surprising that professor from a university thinks something has been racialized? That's the least surprising statement of all time. The history of fantasy is racialized. Well, when it comes from everything being racialized from a university, of course you're going to think it's racialized. As just explained how you make it not racialized. You go out and make your own shit. Go out and make it. But that's not the point, That's not the point, because they need to replace the white actors to normalize not having white actors. That's what the previous article said. It's part of a normalization process. That's why you need to do it with this particular genre, because you are trying to remove something. It's not about bringing people in. It's trying to remove something.
Okay, so what separates one fantasy from the other?
It was a little bit of misspeaking on Mariana Maldonado's part in her own fucking article that she co-wrote with somebody and probably had somebody editing. But I'm glad she said it. I'm very glad she said it.
But if this is the normalization of fantasy, then what separates one fantasy from the other? If it's all the fucking same.
Oh, well, it's not separated with academics, with people who are non-fans who don't really give a shit about. They're only fucking around right here because they see an opportunity to push their identity politics.
Exactly. It's an ideological thing. It's they don't care about the franchises. They don't care about the books, the films, the lore, the comics, whatever it may be.
I don't think anybody's ever insinuated that they care.
Then fuck off.
Oh,
it's got nothing to do with you. If you don't care, this is nothing to do with you. Then fuck off.
Then they start getting into Old Norse and how they've messed around with Old Norse. And the last article mentioned that's in my video that mentioned that Viking show. Even though they might think so. Some devotees who have refused to seed some devotees are refusing to seed the ground. They're seeing it as seeded ground. We're just seeing it as a story, and they're seeing it as seeded ground.
Devotees, making it again cult-like.
Arguing that such symbols as fantasy or more broadly should be for everyone. White supremacists don't own Norse mythology. Again, we're conflating white supremacists again. It's not murderers this time. It's just some white supremacists who use a Norse symbol. And I agree with Neil Gaiman. They don't own it. They don't fucking own it. Norse symbols are Norse symbols. And I don't care what they use. We're talking about Lord of the Rings. These white supremacists who use Nordic iconography, where have they talked about Lord of the Rings? I'm sure you find some fucking example of it. We hear it
is very prominent in Indian mythology. It was co-opted by Mr. Hitler.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Russell Brand, probably one of the most far left people you can get, has a swastika tattoo. Is it because he's a Nazi and a white supremacist? No. It's in relation to the Indian religion come mythology.
Dude, I remember someone told me like that shit pops up in a lot of places, that symbol. Like it's well more than what we've been led to assume it is only because of that's just how history works. But it can be really awkward when people jump the gun of what it means.
Exactly. But jumping the gun.
So this guy continues on. He's conflating fucking Neil Gaiman's argument against Norse mythology being adopted by fucking some white supremacist group that you can't cite, by the way. Nobody fucking cites. Nobody gives you any fucking examples. In fact, despite its array of wizards, magics, and objects wearing races and deep wells of mythology, The Lord of the Rings is decidedly non-threatening tale. Yes, it is. And that's why Amazon has to vandalize it. Its values contradict everything Amazon and Hollywood is about. That's why they really need this holy grail. They really want this one. They really want to tear this one down because it's just a nice story, good versus evil, But Hollywood is really trying to push that there is no good. There is no evil. There's just shades of gray and absolutely everything. And they don't even know how to build a hero anymore. So what do we bring? We get Michael Moorcock. He brings up Michael Moorcock, an author I like. All right, he did Elric, well-known acid user, we'll just say.
Wow.
And Elric is, well, a lot of it was written on acid, and it was really fucking good, but it's also very anti-Tolkien. He also called Tolkien a fascist, which I totally disagree with. I don't think these books are fascist. Wrote greatest British fantasist Michael Moorcock in 1978, but they certainly don't exactly argue with the 18th century enlightened Toryism in English. By the way, that contradicts a quote where he directly calls Tolkien a fascist at one time. So he did. He absolutely did. He just backtracked on it a little bit after, especially using some of his stuff. But he did call Lord of the Rings epic poo. So in a Lord of the Rings article, you're bringing in one of its biggest critics. Okay. I'm really not sure what this has to do with fandom yet, but here we go. C.S. Lewis loved Tolkien's preoccupation with the simple life and disdain for anything urban and industrial. Yes, he would have absolutely hated fucking Amazon owning this story. Thomas, who loves Tolkien, doesn't think so, and she points out that the notorious restrictive Tolkien state doesn't think so either. Yeah, they're not the Tolkien estate. Maybe I'll break out some. Well, I mean, you guys can look for yourself. Go look for interviews with Tolkien heirs and tell me what you think. There's this one guy who dabbled a little work in Hollywood, but you can tell he's just kind of a rich trust fund kid, kind of does what he wants. Doesn't seem like a bad guy. Just doesn't seem like he's going to be a guardian of the lore. We'll just say. Yeah, it goes on. And then and as 22 begins, there's a new year's resolution. We'd like you to consider tens of millions have placed their trust in the Guardian's fearless journalism since the starting publishing 200 years ago. Give us money because we're going broke.
Give us money. Yeah. Give us your money.
Fuck off.
Can you please fund this shit?
Believe that shit. Ay. And it's not going to end. It's going to go on. It's going to go on because they're losing. They're losing this battle so badly. They all they can do is just, oh, well, white supremacists breathe air. And his dad liked Tolkien. So Tolkien fans. Yora Zuya for $20 says, glad to listen to another great show at work today as best. Hang on. Time. Okay. Yeah. Going to be a shortened show today, folks.
Gary's got 2 videos to make.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of other stuff going on too.
Gary, MauLer and I are just thinking that's just more Elden Ring.
It's like it's a girl staring at you from across the room. She's looking so good. I don't know.
Every time you guys go quiet, I know you're like playing Elden Ring.
I'm not.
Right.
We can't see your feet as.
I can say no whenever I want. Yeah, I heard you say that.
Yeah, I just don't want to.
How long was that last stream?
10 minutes.
9.5 hours.
9 hours. Sitting down.
I'm gonna go again tonight. I did have 2 urinations during that 9.5.
There you go, Gary. 2 urinations.
Not bad.
But when the stream was over and I got up, my legs were like fucking sandbags.
Dude, I don't know how you do it. Like after Friday Night Tights, there are parts of my body that are asleep that I just don't even want to talk about. But I have to, like, get the blood flowing again.
Different generation, man.
Yep.
Group of video games, as is my generation now.
Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, when I was a kid. Mega Drive, Master System. Yeah, that's BBC Model B. That was the first pooter that we had. The BBC Model B.
Oh, Yora Zuya for $20 says, glad to listen to another great show at work today. As for the best non-big 2 comics, where my Grendel fans at? Grendel's good.
Okay, Batman. I have Batman Grendel.
Was there like so? What about Beowulf? Was that like a?
Yeah, I was just gonna say. You mean Beowulf?
No, Grendel's a superhero.
Oh, okay. But what about was
Grendel
Beowulf at any point like a famous comic or anything, or was it mainly just the original story that we're adapting from? Because I always wondered about that.
They have done adaptations of adaptations of Beowulf, but it's not like he's shown up in God, what is he shown up in?
Grendel.
No, not Grendel. Grendel's I'll show you what Grendel looks like. What he's talking about. Matt Wagner's Grendel.
Matt Wagner, yeah. The only dealings I've had with Grendel is the Batman 2-part.
Yeah. That's pretty much all I've ever read too. I mean, I think I poked through the first one, but it's most certainly a well done comic book. I'm not going to deny that. It's just one I never got around to. But we'll share.
The Mega Drive is the Genesis in America, by the way. The Sega Genesis, you called it. We called it the Mega Drive.
There you go. Good art. Great art. Look at that. That's fucking so tight. It's everything. Tight. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at them.
Ooh.
Good stuff. Beowulf has been in he's been around, but that there hasn't been any seminal comic book runs. No.
Yeah, because I figure how Thor obviously comes from Norse, but at the same time, Thor and Marvel is a big thing. I was wondering if Beowulf had a sort of his own thing with any comic or graphic novel or something.
Not as prominent as Thor. I'm sure there's going to be some guy who said, I read the adaptation, I think it's great. I agree with you. I'm just talking about sales and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But Grendel, good stuff. Noir 777 for $20. I recently saw an article saying they're improving Galadriel and Elrond in Lord of the Rings of Power, and I do believe you can improve on Lord of the Rings in the same way you can make 100-yard field goal. It's technically possible, but it's not worth the gamble. No, you're right. You're right.
That's great.
You're absolutely right. Hey,
but season 1's already done. It's in the can.
You can't improve him, man.
You can't improve on what they've already done for season 1. It's done.
Yeah, I'm sure they're trying to rework some stuff.
I'm sure they're just gaslighting.
Oh, they've got to be panicking because they know.
Oh, they are. I promise you, they are.
I would kill for a source inside of Amazon right now.
Yeah, I wonder what Bezos is feeling because of all that.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
You don't think he cares because he wanted that Game of Thrones day?
No,
right?
that producer of the show, she's shitting her pants. She's her pants. Trust me, the showrunners, I'm pretty sure their deal is locked in. If they say they get fired after season 2, I think they get paid. I think they've signed a deal.
Wow.
Yeah,
to the contract of the 5 seasons, right?
5 seasons, yeah.
So they would have to be bought out and bring in new people. That's generally why you don't just fire. Plus, they have some rights in it, right? So Dan and Dave just couldn't be removed from Game of Thrones. That would have been very, very difficult because they have their production company is making it. So you would have to buy out the whole fucking thing and then get a new production. It would be just a nightmare.
And they offered him more seasons as well.
They did. They just got I'm sorry, MauLer, once again, how much time was spent in that finale speaking? How many there was a lot of silence. How much silence was in that final episode?
I think it was a split of 35 minutes to 25 minutes. 30 there was 35 to 40 minutes of nothing.
Jeez.
It was absolutely absurd.
Of staring at shit, walking around. 35 minutes of no dialogue.
It's as if this was a cautionary tale about fucking up beloved franchises.
It almost is. It it's how you finish.
That's what the ladies say.
Ladies, yeah. Okay. So thank you, Noir777 for the $20. I appreciate it. Corwin 8919 for $20. If they adapt it right and don't turn up the woke, the Terminal List coming out in July should do Reacher numbers. The book is based on are great, and audiences are going to see the dark side of To the Pratt. Oh, it's Chris Pratt. Okay, yeah, I was going to say it depends on who stars in it because I think Reacher's I'll get on camera for this because this is going to be a very bold statement, what I'm about to say. I think Reacher did real well because the dude's really buff and he's got his shirt off a lot, and the ladies really like that.
It's true.
Insane. Crazy.
Good story. But then you add on sweaty, glistening, muscle-bound dude, and yeah, because the girls like to
They had a really good sex scene too.
yeah, there you go. See, the girls like to objectify men. That's
my
basically
mum,
what it is.
my 78-year-old mum said, I watched that Reacher that you recommended, and I really enjoyed it. And he was really nice.
My mom liked it too, as my mom liked it too.
My 78-year-old mum,
What a really nice lad.
buff dude. She liked that big, buff, muscle-bound dude. She was all for it. But
So-
you know, toxic masculinity and all that.
Yeah, when we get leads like honestly, Reacher looks like he could kick Batman's ass.
Yes, I know. That's what I was thinking the
Reacher
whole
could-
time.
Beat the shit out of Batman.
Speaking of that, by the way, I still say, and this is I'm maintaining this theory. I know everyone says this is supposed to be year 2 Batman, and he's not supposed to be that buff, but I still think if you work out for 2 years, you're gonna look a lot more buff than what Pattinson looked like in this movie. And I will maintain that I think this is an excuse for the fact that he didn't want to work out for the movie, and that is
He said
He said
that
it.
was a joke. He said it was a flippant comment I made as a joke, and I wish I hadn't.
he said it though,
But
and I think he
he
wasn't
said it, but
joking.
it's a joke.
Okay.
He did work out for it.
He lying.
He's
yeah,
not,
I don't know if
he's just
I
not a
think,
big dude. He's not an Affleck. Like Affleck put on an insane amount of
Yeah.
muscle mass for that role. Insane.
I didn't know as much about this, but obviously I watched Drinker's video and I was like, yeah, that's good shit. And I scrolled down to see what people were saying. There was a lot of comments being like, you're wrong about what he said about the training shit. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but like that's one of those things though where you're like say something and then everyone's like, "Oh, really?" And he's like, "I was just joking, man." Like, no, I don't know if you were.
Well,
joking.
yeah, because the amount of people that actually read these articles are minimal, and then if you say something in the article, that sound bite is what travels.
I don't care how much working out he did. First words, like there's a scene from behind without his shirt on, and my wife called him scrawny. My wife
he
called
was scrawny.
up
Thank you,
scrawny.
Mrs. Nerdrotic. I agree.
yeah, she hated it.
He's lean. He's lean. He's a lean Batman in this.
Yeah, he's a
There's no
lean
denying
Batman. So
that.
is Christian Bale. So Christian Bale like looked like, especially
Christian Bale looked at.
I think he
looked
looked a bit
hard
buffer.
until the third movie. The third movie, I guess he'd just done that. What was it, The Machinist or something like that?
That was
the one where he went
did-
like super thin.
No, that was before the first. That was before the
Was it
first
before the
movie.
first? Okay, it might have been, but he did it. He wasn't as buff in the third movie as he was in the first two. He just what now?
Did
Part
he
of that
definitely Prestige?
did he?
He
might have.
I think.
I like.
I can't- Dude, it's my favorite movie of all time.
Oh, dude, I love that movie. I love that movie so much. It's so good.
I could say something that would destroy
Tesla.
you right now.
What?
I haven't seen the Prestige.
That's
What?
good news. Good news. That means I
Ooh.
can make you watch it.
That means you can watch a good movie. It's really good.
Let's do a
Yeah.
watch party. I'll watch it again. I love that movie.
Fuck
That
yeah.
sounds like me.
Have you
It's a
seen
good
it,
movie.
X-Ray Girl? X-Ray Girl? Have you
I'm
seen
making my
Prestige?
way through Star Wars right now, so I'm on
Nice.
the
Wait,
second
what are you-
movie.
That's good that you're finally watching Star Wars.
Yeah, I know.
You
We've
haven't
only talked about it
seen
the last year.
22.
How are you in this community?
I know.
I have a husband who's in the community, and I kind of was drafted in as grandpa. Yeah, it's like you.
Unacceptable.
I've been drafted into the Geek.
Are we
I'm
okay with killing
adjacent
people for
to
stuff
Geek.
like that, Gary? Or we stop doing that?
I think the term is radicalized.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Gary radicalized me too, and
Okay.
look at me now. I'm here.
I'm going to be changing the
Radical.
first, on the first level of my memberships are going to be radicalized. That's changing.
Yes, there you
Nice.
go. That's great. You should do that. Also, The Prestige is a great movie. I'm down with that watch party. It was a long time ago since I've seen it.
Fucking dope movie. Love it. Because again, David Bowie as Tesla.
Oh,
You win for being the coolest thing ever when that happens. So Solus Prime for $20.
R.I.P.
As cool speech. Persuaded to donate. There you go. Well, as is good. Yeah, I should run.
Yeah, that As guy's pretty cool. Yeah.
As for Prime Minister of Yorkshire or wherever you
Prime Minister of Yorkshire.
I'll just tell the opposition to stop being such a prick and a twat and fuck off. The right honourable gentleman is being a complete dickhead.
I'm working on my little trip over there to your part since COVID's over.
COVID's
And as long as World War III doesn't start, which it won't, I'm gonna go over to the Europe. Something I was supposed to do a couple of years ago.
What are you shooting for to go there?
For Paris and the UK.
No, but like time wise, like this year or next year?
September-ish.
Ah,
if we can fit it in. Yeah, September-ish.
nice.
There's the Indian summer. I really like. The last 2 times I went to London, it was in September and it was kind of warmer and it was nice.
Mm-hmm.
I even wore shorts in London, which was weird.
Wow.
Yeah,
people do October, December.
It was like 90 degrees in London. It was bizarre. I did not expect that. So, a little stinky, little smelly, little pungent, but it was cool. Okami, Jigoku 13. Oh my god, I probably just said something racial. The problems with today is suddenly everyone is an expert or a scholar. Fucking word, right?
Yep.
Everyone on something, but when you really dig into them about what they're an expert on, it's obvious they never were. I mean, just come out and say I'm a fan of Tolkien. That's it. Let's talk. You don't have to call yourself the professor to have classes. You can just hey, let's have a discussion about Tolkien. For 2 hours.
I mean, the 2021 and 2022 was is the age of experts. Okay, it's all about the experts and stuff like that, which is so fucking stupid.
Part 2 of that super chat for another $20. Thank you very much. Even touched the source material past surface level, like movies or TV shows, and never dug into the deep lore. Dude, exactly. Mm-hmm. Just some guy reads the Silmarillion once a year.
Wow.
Do that. I don't fucking do that. I would say the dorkiest thing I've done is watch the special features on the Peter Jackson films, way too much, just stupid amount.
I've never read the Silmarillion once. Does that make me are you gonna fire me now? Ooh.
No, and I got my book. You should though, because it's a little bit arduous, but once you get into the story, if you're a fan, you're gonna love it because
I'm a huge fan. I'll definitely
then you'll love it because fucking Melkor is holy shit. For one, he's just think of this giant mountain of a person of a being running around with just some big fucking just destroying the shit out of it. It's just awesome.
That's amazing.
And Sauron is like a pussycat compared to him. A fucking pussycat.
I'll have to read it.
So wait, is Melkor Morgoth?
Yeah, Morgoth is later named Melkor after the rebellion, and then there's the kinslaying, and so he's renamed. It's the same person though. It's the same being. Sorry, same being. Mark Wilkins for $20 says, why hasn't Zendaya been cast as Mulan?
I don't know. Hollywood racism.
Have they ever heard of Bollywood? There are a lot of non-white fantasy stories out there. These woke people are just anti-white racists. Yes, they are. That's exactly what we're saying.
Did you see the thing for Madonna, the Madonna biopic?
Oh my god, yes, I did see that as they should get
a trans person to play her, right?
I got the picture here.
Well, hang on. Okay.
Bring it up if you got a picture.
Something very interesting was Zendaya was brought up in Deadline's article trying to really root for the Batman. It almost felt like it was a Warner Brothers thing. And again, the Batman is a successful film that I mostly liked. Okay, just keep this clear. But it also did not have the same domestic opening weekend as Batman versus Superman, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises all had better opening weekends. Now, Batman versus Superman had Easter, so you'd be right. You get me there if you want to get me there. It's 166 million or something like that. But Dark Knight Rises did 160 million domestically, and Dark Knight did 158 in 2008. This one did, pretty good. It probably had everything to do with the runtime, although The Dark Knight's a pretty long movie, but it also had Heath Ledger. So you got me there. But it's like the fourth best opening Batman film domestically. And they're acting, like it's still a good opening. But in this article for Deadline, this guy brought up the weirdest thing about Spider-Man and why Spider-Man beat it. It was so fucking bizarre. It was Zendaya. He's all Zendaya.
Oh my God.
No.
Zendaya's, she's got like some insane Instagram following, like millions of you.
Yeah.
And he said that as might be one of the reasons. I'm like, Tobey Maguire, maybe.
Andrew Garfield.
Not Zendaya's social media following, which I'm sure helps, a million people. And
she's been in 2 previous films, so it wasn't if this was a new.
Yeah, I don't.
But that clicked to me. I mean, because like Zendaya, I don't see her as this great talent. Sorry, and I don't see her as particularly good looking. I think she's very young looking. She looks like a stick.
My husband hates her looks. She's like, this is fucking ugly.
But it did click for me, like, oh, she's getting roles on her social media following. Oh, okay, that helps too. I mean, I'm not saying she's ugly, but
I found the thing here. Here it is.
Just saying,
I think
not my cup of tea.
I think she's a pretty girl.
What?
I just think she's too young looking. I don't know. That's
Actress up for Madonna's biopic must be really boot camp report, and then there's the picture.
Thought that was like her backup dancers or something when I read that article. Oh my gosh. Really?
Yeah, these people are all auditioning for her. I think it's hilarious.
I hope they give it to the who's the one on the left? I'm sorry, I don't know her name.
MauLer.
Not Lupita Nyong'o, I think her name is.
Yes, thank you.
I'm rooting for her. I want her to get the role of Madonna.
I want her to get it too.
Me too.
She's a really good actress. Why can't she be in more good things?
Yeah.
She is actually a really good actress. It's terrible what they're doing to her all the time.
At this rate, Madonna should just play Madonna.
Who should play Madonna? Who should play Madonna? I don't care. I would never see a Madonna.
Lady Gaga should have been Madonna. I mean, she's still younger.
She's pretended to be her all her life.
Yeah, she's acted. She has acting experience.
Okay, wait. Somebody in the chat I usually listen. Chat, you're free to say what you want, but this is just hang on. Don't move, chat. Gary, a lot of people have never seen Tobey Maguire prior to the movie. I refute that. I mean, you might not have, so I'm not going to disagree with that, but I absolutely refute that. Half that money was made on Toby. Half that money was made on Toby coming back. You don't
More
bring
than half of that movie was made on nostalgia of these characters.
Yeah, you cannot tell me that Tobey Maguire does not factor majorly into the success of Spider-Man No Way Home. You remove him, if Tobey Maguire doesn't show up, it does not do what it does. Period. End of story. What helped it, I would say, from being just this nostalgia thing and gave it a little more heart, a little extra, was the good story with Tom Holland and Zendaya and Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
I think that propelled it and gave it an extra 700,000. You want to put a number on it? 700 million. I'm sorry. 700 million. I would say that it played a part, but Toby is what got everybody there and gave it that opening weekend. People knew what they were getting. Tom Holland was nothing new. You're getting nothing new with Tom Holland. So you're going to get a normal Tom Holland opening without Tobey Maguire.
How do you explain Far From Home at that point then?
Far From Home?
Yeah.
Spider-Man. I think Spider-Man's got great branding, but Far From Home also had
that doesn't work if we count TASM 2, right?
Well, no, because they both had 67% drops in the second weekend. They both had massive drops in the second weekend. They did well, but they had massive drops here in the States.
But Far From Home, previous to No Way Home, was the highest grossing Spider-Man film of all time, right?
Adjusted for inflation, or are we just saying not adjusted for inflation? Because Spider-Man 3 was previously the highest grossing Spider-Man film, which wasn't the best.
I don't know the numbers adjusted for inflation, but I mean, it's nothing to scoff at, right? Like,
Yeah, I think they're all like $1 billion. I think they're all around $1 billion.
Because I do think that the Spider-Man brand is pretty damn strong, but I do think people really like Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
I disagree with that.
I disagree with that too.
I think okay, a lot of people like it, but I don't think he was as popular. I know he's not as popular as Tobey Maguire was, because I was around. Tobey Maguire's insanely popular. Insanely popular Spider-Man. I'd say Tom Holland now, I think he's earned his stripes, and I think if he moves forward, then he can be he could be probably the greatest Spider-Man. I think a lot of the problems weren't his fault. A lot of the problems were how they approached this, and I think it might have had rights issues, some woke in there too. Definitely what fucking Zendaya's comments in the first fucking movie, like, were not different from Catwoman's comments at the end of this movie.
I really disliked Tom Holland's Spider-Man until this movie. Now moving forward, I'll watch the Tom Holland Spider-Man movie.
That's not a popular perspective. Just FYI, like, loads of people love Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do like his Spider-Man. He's a very charming guy. He's a very well liked guy, and Uncharted did well at the box office, even though it critically, or at least with the fans of the Uncharted franchise, it didn't appear to go down particularly well at all with them. But it started off heavy, and I think it started off heavy because of Tom Holland.
Oh, I think Spider-Man No Way Home success. I think, again, Tom Holland's been propelled recently. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't think Uncharted would have done as well hang on.
I've never gotten clapback personally for my take on Tom Holland, which was for years has been very consistent. Don't like him, cries too much. He's Spider Boy, he's Iron Boy, and that is a take that a lot of people has. Is it the most popular one? I don't know, and I don't care. I honestly don't care. But he's Iron Boy. He's Spider Boy. He's a little sidekick. It's not fucking Spider-Man. Is that his fault? I don't know.
No.
Probably not. The writers, I don't like that take. They fixed it. The fact that they had to go and fix it and retroactively kind of makes me right. But I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did. And you know what? It's the same argument, like I said, for Snyder Cut. You know, a lot of people were saying that, hey, Superman killed and he's got to learn, and we got to, he's going through a process. Well,
why the fuck does Spider-Man
backwards?
Why would Superman have to learn you shouldn't kill innocent people? What do you mean?
Oh my God.
I don't think he should. I hate that.
Like him lasering
members
of the public that are trying to save the Flash. Like, I don't think, that's not the same to me as Spider-Man learning about the nature of responsibility. It's very complicated.
Oh, I still hate the fact that Aunt May spoke Uncle Ben's words. Fuck that shit.
All right.
Fuck that shit. I will stand by that. That's Uncle Ben's comments to make. And the reason they don't do it, well, they didn't want Uncle Ben. They don't want a male mentor. That's called consistency.
I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that part.
I just want to say that I don't think Uncharted would have done as well if Spider-Man hadn't done as well as it did. Like, if Spider-Man sucked, I don't think it would have done as well.
Yeah, maybe.
And I don't think it would have done as well if it had come out before Spider-Man.
But,
because
was it how much did it make opening weekend? 50 million?
Not sure.
100 million? 200 million? Not even sure.
I'm not
Because
sure.
I saw it and it sucked. It fucking sucked. It was a terrible movie, like beginning to end. Shit. And like, if they would have kept Antonio Banderas in as the bad guy, it probably would have been better, because he was like one of the more interesting characters. And then they killed him for agenda. He starts talking about his family line and patriarchy, and this is after he kills his father. And then the model actress, who's the bad guy, slits his fucking throat. And then takes over, and then remains model actress for the rest of the movie, giving nothing to the fucking movie. And then you had the guy with actual acting chops and personality dead and left behind. I'm like, okay, yeah, fuck this movie.
Just to let you know, it did 44 on the opening weekend domestically.
Okay, that's not. I guess to its budget. Well, it might have been great. It might have been a success to its budget. That doesn't sound great to me, though.
Just looking for its budget.
It sounds like Shang-Chi great to me.
MauLer, did you see it?
I like the little Spider Boy. I think Spider Boy did a good job in the last movie. I said that. I think he's one of the linchpins, and I think moving forward he can be good. If they were going to continue down the road of Spider-Boy, I couldn't care less about, like, they could take Spider-Boy wherever they wanted to, but they changed the game, and that's good.
They did.
They were always planning to do it.
If Sony
John
don't,
wants to set as
They
much.
were not always planning to do it.
They were totally planning to do it.
They were not. No, the fucking that was all last minute. All this stuff they introduced was recent, and it was just to fucking own fucking DC partially, which is hilarious.
The multiverse was recent. The idea of taking him from boy to man, that was the plan with the trilogy.
No, because the introduction.
What are they going to take him as a boy forever? Why would they do that?
We're talking Disney. Do you think they planned
No,
this?
but Tom Holland grows up. You can't keep him as a boy forever.
Marvel, they're all of a sudden planning things because they don't plan anything.
John Watts, though.
Star Wars, they had no idea of what they were going to go for the next one. That's why Kevin Feige's like, hey, let's do this. Let's introduce the Spider thing. It was his idea to introduce because they had the rights, and they're like, fuck it, let's go, let's do it.
Yeah, but also wasn't their original plan technically to make Ms. Marvel like the leader of the Avengers and stuff like that until Spider-Man came along? That's why Spider-Man, like No Way Home or whatever the other one.
Spider-Man should be the leader of Marvel.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't own the rights.
I'm pretty sure you can go and look at an old real BBC, but I said I'm pretty sure they're going to make it so that everyone forgets him. And the Far From Home was only about like the idea of Spider-Man as leading.
That would be good on you. I would give you.
No, wait. So what I'm saying is, Far From Home as a movie was baiting the idea of him taking over the Avengers, not because that's what's going to happen, but because they want to see how he deals with that as a character. He wasn't ready for that, but then he realized at the end of the movie that that's not what makes him a hero. Spider-Man is him. It's not about being the next Iron Man. Like, it was a really well thought out arc for the 3 movies about who he is. And I'm really happy. I'm happy with you guys that now we get Spider-Man.
I'm glad you're happy.
I'm saying, like, we got the origin story.
No,
and I hope you guys get Spider-Man as well.
MauLer, here's how I see it. They retroactively fixed some shitty fucking ideas.
What was retcon?
Your perspective is they reinforced some good ideas, which is fine. Because you're coming at it. I said what was retconned. They fucking erased everybody's mind. Okay. It's not retcon, but that's like some fucking, what they did was they went from they borrowed that from One More Day. Okay. One More Day was a way to erase Mary Jane's relationship with Spider-Man. It was a fucking terrible idea. This is a better idea. As a matter of fact, before they did One More Day, I was like hoping that if they got rid of Mary Jane's, it was like Doctor Strange who could do it because he could bring it back. But they did it with Mephisto, which was a side note. But no, they did his origin backwards. They fixed everything because they kind of wanted to. And by the way, we don't know this. This is all an assumption that they called her MJ. And do we know that they wanted to call her MJ, but they couldn't because of rights issues? Was Sony allowing this or was Marvel allowing this? I need answers to a lot of questions before I move forward with knowing that this was their plan from the beginning to erase fake MJ.
No, I agree with you on
Ned Leeds, who was race swapped.
I agree on those pieces. I'm saying they planned to make him a kid for 3 movies, and then they were going to move on. And that's why I'm happy to see Spider-Man at the end of the trilogy. And I'm with you guys. I want to see some Spider-Man movies. I don't want to see him get a whole bunch of help from billionaires in the next one. That's definitely not what I'm in it for.
Mm-hmm.
And my argument, like, you're looking at it as an MCU adaptation, which is totally understandable. Totally understandable. I am looking at it as Marvel adapting their Batman, their Superman, wrong.
Okay, but I still want to highlight, I still think that Superman was butchered well more than Spider-Man was, if we're comparing those two.
Yeah, but I mean, at least DC did it right back in the 70s with Donner. You know, they at least built it right once.
I completely agree with you. I fucking love that version, and I'm so sad that we have been without him for. I mean, you guys were saying that season 2 of the Superman and Lois show is ass, right? Are we still?
I haven't seen it yet. I've not heard good things though.
Not heard good things.
That's the other concerning part to the equation is like Doctor Strange coming out now too. So like, yeah, we had a great, Spider-Man movie, but with all the stuff that you guys are saying now, like with like Toby coming back into that, and then what's going to happen to him? Are they going to kill him off? Like,
well, they're not going to.
There's a lot of questions.
I think that there's a good chance they'll kill him, but we're talking multiverse shit. So there's like 7,000 billion Tobys. They'll just keep using him.
Those
Yeah, that's a good point. It might not be this Toby. It could be.
I don't think they'll. Yeah, I don't think they'd perma kill him in a Doctor Strange movie. Why would?
No. And we don't know what Toby this is. They kept it very
vague
on whether
this
was
Toby.
Our Toby. Oh yeah. What if we? Oh my God. What if we did it? Oh, that'd be great. I'd love it.
It's Dark Toby. I hope he
Bully
comes
Maguire
back.
versus
Bully Maguire.
Yes.
Hell yeah. Great.
I love it. With that fucking hairstyle and everything.
Bully Maguire action. Medicom makes a Bully Maguire action figure. They do.
Really?
Yes, they do. 1/6 scale Bully Maguire. He's even got the little smirk on his face. More parted to the side. His haircut kind of looks like Robert Pattinson's.
Yeah, he does. He does.
A little bit, not much.
A little bit.
But
have you guys got odds for Doctor Strange 2? You got odds on it being good?
Oh, I'm nervous. I'm very nervous.
so nervous about it. Yeah.
God, I want it to be good because I love Raimi. And like on paper, this should be a fun movie. This should be the craziest, like this should be a good time. But Disney just cannot resist pushing them.
They can't stop themselves.
So no, I think it's going to be, I think there are going to be parts in it that I like, but ultimately this is going to be like Wanda's wiping out them. It's like Wanda versus the Marvel universe, and she just fucking wipes everybody out. I'll end up hating it. Hopefully I'm wrong.
I really want to love it because I love Doctor Strange and I really, really want to love it, but I have no faith in Disney.
I don't know how I feel about Doctor Strange anymore. He's such an idiot, like with all of his spells.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I want to like him, I really do.
I agree. Well, they really made him an idiot. That was like my criticism from Spider-Man No Way Home. It had nothing to do with the Spider-Man. Had everything
it was all him.
Sorcerer as well. Sorcerer Supreme, Wong, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of the blip.
I don't know how long they'll keep that up because, yeah.
The technicality, like I was like, what?
No, I think it's permanently gone. I think it really is permanently gone due to identity politics and Shang-Chi. Absolutely. I think they want to make Wong the Sorcerer Supreme to stop the Asian hate.
Well, but like, I guess it depends on how much he features in this movie. How many fucking people are in this movie?
A lot.
A million.
See, I thought they were going to make Scarlet Witch the Sorcerer Supreme.
Dude, I'm not even kidding you. Like, I'm already pissed off at the movie for reminding myself. The fact that Doctor Strange is like, hey, Wanda, and she's like, oh, Westview. And he's like, no, that's fine. Don't worry about that. Anyway, and it's just like, what the?
That's the line that made me so nervous, MauLer.
Put it this way. Disney, in a way, is competing against itself, but not in a good way. Because they're very happy with the success of Spider-Man, but they're not. They're 25% happy, 75% they want to go and beat this movie with Doctor Strange. Bet your fucking ass. This is Hollywood. It's competitive. All this bullshit. What did I hear fucking Campia say that I'm blanking on her name now. Dumb shit from Sony. Her name is, what's the producer's name? Amy Pascal.
Pascal.
Amy Pascal and Kevin Feige are buddies. They're like best friends. Are you fucking crazy? This is Hollywood. I'm sure like out front they're all, oh hi, love you, and they're like as they walk out of the room. This is Hollywood.
Yeah,
producers aren't friends.
Especially those two. Surely those two realize their positions right now are that of competitors to a degree. Like,
yeah,
of course.
And like under normal circumstances, that'd be great because like you would get. Sometimes, when DC and Marvel were at each other's throats, sometimes we got some really good shit, but it's different now.
Competition is a good thing usually because it makes you, yeah.
But I think this time it'll be, well, I mean, look at the focus on Wanda. The fact that Wanda's in the Doctor Strange sequel at all is kind of bizarre. Yeah. We don't need her. Why do we need Wanda?
Like, her being like, oh, when you do a thing, you're a hero. When I do it, I'm evil. It's not fair. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, those lines are what's making this movie extremely nervous situation. It's like, oh, yeah, it's bad.
It's a bit of a nitpick, but
nitpick away.
I'm gonna the female robots in the Illuminati. I was like,
I thought you were gonna say that. I knew it.
you really give robots birthing hips?
Wait, what? I didn't see this part.
Female Ultron.
Female Ultrons, robots. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get killed for this one, but I don't care. That's fucking
Oh
lame.
my god.
Ultron.
I just thought it was funny when it was pointed out. I was like, oh shit, yeah, it's female Ultron. What the fuck?
Femtron. But you know who's made them? And they're a man.
Yeah.
So
I hope Tom Cruise is in it though. That
They're
would be
a
fun.
man, baby.
Tom Cruise? Who would he play?
Tony
Iron
Stark.
Man.
Huh.
It's a rumor. It's been out there forever. We don't know if it's
It's
true.
a fun rumor.
I have
It's a
no
fun
idea.
rumor.
They have debunked it. They have absolutely said it's not happening, so it must be happening.
Oh. Whatever happened with his other
Facelift?
movie? The Mission Impossible has been delayed, and then
It's finished, and the one movie I want to see,
yeah,
Gun.
Top Gun.
They filmed 6 and 7 together.
Oh
They
man,
did?
I saw the trailer for fucking Maverick. What felt like 10 years ago. I saw it in the cinema recently, and I was like, "Wait, have I skipped through time? Like, what's
Yeah, I
happening?"
know, right?
Like, what?
All right, I got to read a couple super chats and we got to go. Sorry, guys, I could talk to you guys forever, but yeah, I really want to see Maverick. I
I
want to.
know. I've been
It's cool.
waiting. So where is it?
And isn't he now making a sequel as well to Live, Die, Repeat?
That's-
Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah.
yeah, I like Live, Die, Repeat. That's a better name than Edge of Tomorrow. I
Edge of
wonder what
Tomorrow
they
sounds much more generic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does.
Live,
Sounds more Bondy. Edge of
Repeat.
Tomorrow. I don't know.
They blamed it on that, but I think like he did a couple of generic sci-fi, or he did
Oblivion and that
Oblivion, and
together,
yeah, and people just didn't see the difference. I mean, honestly, could you tell between the fucking two trailers?
Corporate said these are the same thing.
Yeah. John Doe,
Very similar themes. I mean,
They
very
were.
similar.
but I mean, Live, Die, Repeat was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
Good film. I enjoy,
Yeah.
apart from the ridiculous ending
Mm-hmm.
where
John
he's just
Doe-
getting smashing everywhere, and you're like, he should be dead now. Just when his life actually means something, you're making him smash all over the place. He should be fucking dead.
Got my first hot toy, DC Comics variant Play Arts #2, a Catwoman statue designed by Final Fantasy artist Tetsuya Nomura. Since it's my very first, got any advice for storage display? It's a statue. Would you say like how much?
I mean, depends how big the statue. If it's play arts, and he said it's a statue. If it's play arts, then the play arts are normally like that. If it's opposable, just get a standard glass cabinet with that. Nothing too fancy. But if it's like a porcelain, whatever they call it, one, then I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily put it in a glass cabinet. I would put it just on a shelving that's obviously sturdy, and then just make sure that you dust it and keep it nice and sexy like.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it out of direct sunlight.
Yeah.
Keep it out of direct sunlight is the main one.
Direct sunlight bad for it's bad for everything. It's bad,
Bad
for
for everything. Yeah.
It's bad for humans.
It's bad for humans. It's true.
Well, I'm not getting any in this room. I blocked out any.
Safety first, Gary.
This is a window right here.
Oh, oopsies.
Yeah, this is a window that we Garrett and his brother built a cover for.
Nice.
Oh wow! So you don't get the glare.
Oh, so it can still open.
Yeah, you can pull it off. Yeah, but it's
Ladies.
Hey, good. I'm crooked. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna be Dutch angled for a little while. Be like a fucking Star Trek. Where's my no lens flares? Sorry, no lens flares. We got Uno Mas. Hey, I recorded Super Chat Square Up that should go up tomorrow night from Real BBC, from a Lord of the Rings one, I did from Friday Night Tights, and I'll throw in this show too when it comes out tomorrow night. Devil Fist.
Sorry,
Go
I
on.
don't mean to just. Is there any word on J.J. Abrams' track 4?
No, or the if the word was they're approaching the cast again.
Yeah.
To ask if they want to do it. The cast which has turned them down at least twice now. So yeah, there's nothing to even talk about.
Right. Okay. I was gonna say why even
all.
bother.
I know they tried to make they really overplayed that one to try. I don't know if they're trying to stir up investor interest or what.
I think they were, because that was
yeah.
there was nothing going on, and they were like, "It's happening," and then you read the article, and it's like, "No, it's not happening at all."
It's happening. We're gonna try and talk to them again for a third time.
Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, they're nothing, mate.
It's all right. No, yeah, that was Jar Jar Abrams went to an investor meeting for Paramount after collecting $500 million for Warner Brothers, by the way, and he hasn't done shit for him yet.
Oh my God.
But he goes out and announces another fucking Star Trek movie, doesn't even talk to the cast yet. It's hilarious. That is so Jar Jar Abrams and Paramount. So they have no investors. And sure, I'm sure the movie Star Trek 4 will come out someday to what? Here's my guess. It'll be on Christmas. It'll be a $42 million weekend. And it won't even make 400 million, 300 million worldwide. It'll fucking bomb harder than anything because nobody cares.
And they don't want to redo it again, do they? Like they don't want to.
And they don't want to and they don't want to recast Anthony Yelchin either.
No, they don't. It's very sad, but
very sad.
They don't want to recast Chekhov, and I mean, I think you can't nostalgia bait it anymore. Unless they bring in William Shatner.
Hey,
but
Gary.
I don't think that helps. I love the Shat, but I don't think it helps.
Where do you think Picard charted on Paramount Plus?
Oh, I don't. Maybe it didn't chart at all because they released it the same week of Batman, and nobody talked about it.
It charted in the top 10.
Oh, that's good. What number?
8.
Still gonna say Tad.
Hey, it beat Discovery by 2 spots.
Well, Discovery was up to 4.
Dude,
Discovery can't even get to number 1 on a fucking streaming service. And people are saying, why isn't this on television? Because you can't beat SpongeBob SquarePants. That's fucking why.
I will say I've heard nothing about this. I've seen you guys have made some videos, but like that's it.
I've heard
it's just a massive fucking trap, this first episode.
Yeah. It's trying to lure you in with nostalgia bait, and it's like we're distancing ourselves from last season. See, we're getting rid of the couple of, by the way, the characters are getting rid of, they're bringing them back.
Yeah,
bringing them back later. And they made a joke out of Agnes murdering Bruce Maddox like in cold fucking blood. And say she just
got recently discharged for killing my ex-boyfriend due to something psychosis or something.
Induced psychosis.
Fuck hell.
How's Q?
He wasn't in it like you saw all the Q we saw from the trailer. That was it.
Pretty much. There's
end of the episode, is it?
30 seconds extra. Yeah, right at the end of the episode. 30 seconds of Q. Didn't make a lick of sense. Oh no. When they did the coming later this season on Picard, and they had like Q being all like, this is pedants, and it's just like, oh no, that's not Q. Q isn't an angry fucking deity, you know, whatever you want to call that species. He's Q species. He's a trickster. He's a Loki.
He's a Loki, yeah.
That's who he is. Not a vengeful Picard. Everyone's everyone's got a fucking backstory. Everyone's got to have a damaged backstory now. You know, Picard at 97 years of age. Oh, he could have been like having his parents were in an abusive relationship. That's why he wanted to escape to the stars.
What?
Yep, that's what they're doing.
What? Oh, fuck off! No.
Yep. Dad beat his wife. Dad beat his wife. You can't make this shit up. And it doesn't end there because he also found love at the age of 97 with his housekeeper who was married
mate.
last season. So they just, I mean, she is kind of hot, but
Oh, she's well hot.
yeah,
Wow.
Ooh,
But
can we
she's
see a
also, like,
picture?
50
Yeah, but
years.
do you know what they did to her husband? He's dead.
They killed him.
Oh my god!
They killed him off screen. They killed him off
a year
screen.
and a half ago.
Yeah.
He got in the
How
way.
did he
So
die? He was young.
how
How
did he die?
No, in the second, they don't even say it. They said in the second sentence, she goes, I know Siobhan is gone, but we Romulans, we love hard, we love strong. Then we move on.
Then we move on.
Oh
Yeah.
wow!
Bye. Sorry, Siobhan. You've hit the memory hole, dude. Maybe he
I
just
swear, I hear you guys talk about this, and I'm like, this cannot be real. Like, this cannot
It's
be real. But it's...
Fucking that bad.
And then he goes into a bar and Guinan's there and he's like, why are you fucking old and fat? And she's like, oh, because humans don't like to be made aware of their mortality, even though I've been walking amongst you for hundreds of fucking years.
Wait, really? That was their excuse?
Yeah,
Yep.
that was her excuse. So she's now fitting in by
So I'm gonna look
allowing
like I'm
herself
dying of
to age.
diabetes eternally. So I don't know. It's fucking terrible.
Wow.
It was terrible.
That reminds me of Batwoman as with Sophie's husband. Remember, he's flushed out of the show in one episode because they have different plans for her.
Yeah. I'm married. Not no more.
He just leaves Gotham. Nobody ever mentions it ever again.
What about his really good job at the security firm? It's flipping burgers in Seattle now.
Yeah.
Now he is. Yeah. Well, soy burgers though. So it's soy burgers.
Yeah, yeah.
Devil Fist for $20 says real talk, embargoing Elden Ring because of JRRM is dumb. You're not accomplishing anything but demeaning an actual masterpiece made by a master of his craft because some hack job is the credits. Miyazaki deserves better. Devil Fist. I was never going to play the
That's
game.
fair. I hate.
Bro,
I
no,
don't like it.
It's I'm just like I'm only giving you a hard time. I'm not playing it because of George R. R. Martin. Now I have to explain the joke.
No, that's me.
I
That's in reference to me because I actually literally said I'm not gonna play it because of this.
Well, that's what I said too, but I was joking. Like I'm not going to play the game anyway because I just don't play video games. But I hope it's good. I hope you guys.
I wouldn't have expected
sounds
you
like
to
having fun. Yeah.
Like this Gary, of all the games I would expect you to play that have come out recently, like this is not one that I think you would gel with.
No, do not.
No.
Do not come.
I say that with love as
Do
a
not
man who can't get out of the first room in Witcher 3.
Yeah, like this is a game that everybody's having trouble on. As you know, it's getting like all the articles like, should there be an easy mode because people can't do it, all that shit. So
I don't think there should be an easy mode. I think you should play and spend your hours. Do it. I just won't because
I agree that it's a dumb thing, but it's just I just can't stand it. But I don't know. Maybe I'll play it now that I've watched Az play it for hours.
I made a promise on this channel
Gonna
at the
play
end
it for
of
hours
Game of
tonight.
Thrones, and I stick to it. I'm not going to give anything that man touched a fucking penny until he finishes the Winds of Winter. And
That's what I said to myself too, Gary. I know I'm
a bigger Game of Thrones fan than I am a video games fan and a Song of Ice and Fire fan, and that's it. So
I mean, would you stop at Winds of Winter? Like, I'm assuming you want him to finish.
I want to finish the whole series, but like if we got Winds, I'd at least read that. I just don't think we're not going to get Winds.
We're never gonna get the.
It would have to be a
Never
fucking
gonna
masterpiece at this point to make up for everything, wouldn't it?
happen. Yes.
I don't think Wins is going out.
No,
I
it's
don't
never.
think so.
it's
None
never
of us
happening.
do.
If it does, I don't think it's going to be that good. He doesn't have, for one, just look at the difference between the last two books and the first three. The first three are tight. And it like, God damn, Storm of Swords is the shit. It is a great book.
I thought the Dance with Dragons was garbage, to be completely honest with you. I was like, ugh, like it was not
Feast
good.
is largely garbage. I think I prefer Dance because at least it has some allusions to the fucking White Walkers and the others, and
Yeah.
But quite frankly, Daenerys and Jon Snow are the least two interesting characters in the book. Theon Greyjoy is great.
Oh yeah,
Great in that book. It is. Oh my God, his story, and Davos is pretty good, but it's all the side characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
dude, that's That's a funny thing, isn't it? Liam Cunningham's portrayal of Davos basically made it so that they just put him front and center in like all the good guy scenes, and it made no sense at all. No. This fucking smuggler was like leading people into war. It's like,
no, he's a criminal who's just really insanely loyal to one guy. He's a good guy. Yeah. He's a good guy. Like he but yeah, he's the moral barometer. And the thing is, when you have a moral barometer in the world of Ice and Fire, it either gets you killed or banished or put in jail or
it was supposed to be a big thing with that will. You die when you're a good person.
You did, yeah.
So he's a good person up to a point. Like he'll kill a motherfucker if he needs to. You know, that's what I like about Davos. And the mission, what makes no sense is the mission he's on now. It's like, you really needed a smuggler to go get that guy from Skagos? That seems like, I mean, he's probably going to die, you know? It's fall. It's
Gary, you got to finish the story, man. Just do it. You got to finish it.
I will. I know that book up and down. Backwards, forwards. I know everything about it. But yeah, Theon Greyjoy is on one of the better redemptive arcs I've ever read.
Yep.
And it's pretty amazing. You got this guy missing fucking toes and fingers and a dick, and you still make him an interesting character. That's pretty good. That's pretty right. So I'm gonna get the rest of these. Well, let me read the Uber Geek. The Uber Geek says, "Let's all clap for the women today on International Women's Day."
Yay!
Yay!
Legit wonderful win.
Oh, wait, mutters to self, men are women too. Okay, let's clap for everyone today. Yes, that's it.
Yay!
Just clap yourself.
Without men, there couldn't be women.
I'm gonna take this moment because we're speaking about the Uber Geek too, and he always makes us great memes. To plug this tweet that he's put out because he's making a channel apparently. So yeah, so he's got a Twitter thing about it. It says few details about my upcoming channel. Again, as I have said, the start date is Monday, June 6th. So he's gonna be making a YouTube channel, and everybody should go and support him in his endeavor because he's always been so supportive of us. So there's the link
I'm
to the
just gonna
channel.
preemptively disavow him.
Okay.
Bigotry.
Mikey Gussler for $5 says, whenever any of you takes a drink of water on the stream, it's not because you're dehydrated, it's because you're nervous.
No.
That was really funny. Riven just grabbing a ball, having a drink. The guy's like, you nervous? It's like, wait, what?
What? I'm hydrating.
I'm gonna have a nervous drink right now.
Trucker Rob for $5 says, I'd honk the horn for you, Gary, but there's sleeping people around. I don't care. Honk it.
Honk the horn.
I'm awake. They should be awake. No, sorry. That's very inconsiderate.
Honk that horn, bitch.
All right. So we'll wrap it up there. Great show. Love talking to you guys. Love the real BBC. The chat's awesome. Yeah, so much for that echo chamber thing. But yeah, bottom line.
I love this echo chamber.
Right? Spider-Man No Way Home is a better movie than The Batman. I like it better than The Batman. I would watch it more than
you're in trouble now, Gary.
You better be fucking careful, Gary.
Don't care. I like The Batman. But if we're going to compare them, the Spider-Man No Way Home is just a more enjoyable movie to watch.
I would agree.
God, I hate that. I agree with you so much.
Oh, real baby shit.
Real baby shit.
That one's just, it's got some great ideas. There's some great bits in it, but it's too long, and the threads, as ever with fucking pupils of Jar Jar, go nowhere.
It's just the ending, dude. God, the first 3/4 of the movie are tits. They're great.
They're great.
Great.
Fantastic. You know what it is too is that it's not like we have problems with long movies. I love the Lord of the Rings extended edition. I watch that every year, but I don't think I'll ever watch this movie again. Just saying. I don't know.
I'll own it on 4K for sure. And you know what? If there's a 4-hour version that makes more sense out of the endings, I'm down.
Okay, yeah, I'll watch that.
Totally down to watch that. Absolutely.
I know.
And that
I just don't think it does though.
Well, it's out there that Matt Reeves had shown it. So it exists. So I would guess at some point we get it on Blu-ray. Why not?
Oh, Matt Reeves cut. Okay.
Because there seems to be, like I said, there seems to be some real chunks sort of not leading where they should lead.
Wouldn't that be smart for streaming services? So you cut a movie down as much as you can, like Lord of the Rings did for theatrical run. They're going to have a great theatrical run. This is going to be a fantastic theatrical run without a doubt. And then when you go to streaming service, you get the option. You get like, hey, you can watch the theatrical run, or you can watch the 4-hour cut that we'll put an intermission in or some shit, or put a chapter. Yeah. I think that's, I cannot believe they never did that I always thought they should do that with Blu-ray. You should always do a director's cut. Give us something a little different.
Gary, do you think it's going to do well though? Like money wise, like this weekend? And
I think it makes $1 billion. Yes. I think this movie makes $1 billion. Absolutely.
I don't.
Oh,
I don't think the Batman's going to hit a million. I think it's going to hit around 800, 850. And I think I might be being a little generous there as well. But I don't think it hits $1 billion.
I think this, I could be wrong about this, but it feels like the word of mouth is really good, that it's going to have it's not going to have like this big drop off, like 67%, which is, I mean, quite frankly, that's average drop off for most movies.
Sure.
So that's not just, pointing out the Spider-Man thing. That's like most movies have that drop off. I think the word of mouth will help it. And the lack of there's like no competition.
There's no competition too. Yeah, that's the thing.
But I mean, I don't think this thing has legs outside of a month because of the length, the time.
Spider-Man is not far away from 1.9 billion.
Yeah, dude.
And that's not counting China money.
That is no China money. No China money. And it's now in like 2,000 less theaters, but it's still 81 days and still going.
Still going.
Is Batman going to go to China or no?
No.
No, we don't think any Western movies are going out, being out in China.
It's over.
China party's over, baby.
It's over. Good.
It's over.
Yeah, whatever. Fine.
China are too busy looking at Thailand and going,
well, they're partnering up with Russia right now, which is really bad. really, really, really astronomically, cosmically bad. That's a conversation for another day. Hey, chat, you're lovely. You're beautiful. I love you all. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Thank you for the super chats and donations. Again, this is going to go on my recording. I made a BBC the last one on this channel, and Friday Night Tights, a Lord of the Rings show, and then I'll add this one. That'll be up Wednesday night. I'm gonna see if the video's good to go, and I'll put it out. So what's up? Sorry.
You said I'm gonna, and then you paused, so I said come.
And then I laughed.
Oh. And then there was.
And then X-Ray left. He's old. It takes a bit.
Do not come.
There we go.
There we are.
Do not come. Daddy, chill.
I'm gonna
come. Plug your channel.
Please go subscribe to me on Heel versus Babyface, because it's just stalled to an absolute halt because I'm doing too many streams and not enough videos, and the YouTube algorithm's a fucking asshole. So if you stream too much, it just starts fucking your subs up. It really does. But yeah, I'm on 296k subs on Heel versus Babyface. Please subscribe to my channel. I'm gonna have a urination after this stream, and then I'm gonna stream some Elden Ring.
Hey, why don't you start a live channel, dude?
I probably should.
An archive.
Yeah.
I mean, you could
archive channel, just throw things across the archive channel,
or live, or just what were you gonna say, MauLer? Are you gonna say playlist?
I was gonna say you could stream on Twitch just to diversify platforms,
Ooh.
I
become a Twitch tot.
Want to see ads?
I just don't get people. I didn't get people watching me on Twitch. I mean, I could give it a crack to see if it's changed in the last 2 years, but like since I've been streaming on YouTube, numbers have gone through the roof. I could only get like 100, 200 people watching me on Twitch.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I know it's good. I mean, it's an idea. I like ideas. Good ideas. So I don't know. Maybe move the streams over to a live channel. To not muck with that algorithm. But yeah, you do too many streams, YouTube just goes, yeah. I'll get my tits out. How much? How much are we talking here? Wow.
Oh yeah,
hot tub ass. No.
No.
And that's not me. That's the audience. No. We will give you money to put clothes on. Okay. No, wait, that's DSP.
What's DSP?
Dark Side Phil.
Oh, what?
You hit his tip goals and he puts on clothes.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
Well,
no,
thank
he doesn't start naked for anyone panicking. He doesn't start naked masturbating and then going,
No, he just
camera's on, the camera's on the whole time. Snort, hello. No, he starts like putting he takes the piss out of Ninja and Dr. Disrespect for being clowns because they dress. Ninja's a clown because he has colored hair, because he colors his hair, and Dr. Disrespect's a clown because he has his wig and his glasses and he plays his character and he appeals to children. DSP is not a clown, but if you give him money, he will put on gamer glasses and then stupid hats and then stupid vests, but that's not a clown. That's a mature adult with a business degree.
A
I
degree
wear
in
Gary's
business.
beard on my Twitch channel.
Really?
It's a Vera redemption. I don't have a business degree though. So.
That makes it very serious, though. Yeah.
God, I'm way too much of a boomer for Twitch. I'm like, I can't figure out this platform.
If you're gonna stream on Twitch, you got to show some skin, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I show my face.
That's about the only skin.
That's not the skin that Twitch are looking for, I'm afraid.
Maybe I will. No.
Gary's tempted.
Oh my God, we're Steph.
I mean, I don't know. I saw a video of Quarter Black rubbing his nipples the other day. And I was
yeah.
Like, ooh,
yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yep. And Christy,
I'll do that for $5.
that was a good video. Steph made that one. MauLer, plug your channel.
Oh God. Oh yeah, I made a video. There's a video. It's considered an enormous event whenever that ever happens. But yeah, it's about Star Wars. That old TFA movie. Everyone loves it, and I just talk a bit about writing, a bit about the movie itself, and yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that video where I can finally talk about how Han Solo was destroyed, but just setting everything up beforehand. But yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to go check that out, then it's available finally. But of course, thanks for having me on, guys.
It's a great video.
Yeah,
You've seen it?
Yeah.
Wow. Were you playing Elden Ring or watching it?
Yes.
There's no shame in that, you know? There's no shame in that.
Part of it. I was playing a little bit at the start, and then I stopped. And then I sat back and relaxed, and then I fell asleep. And then I was late for Friday Night Tights because of sleep. And then I finished it off, ladies, the next day.
Hello.
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 Wow. I saw the first hour of the premiere and finished it later. There you go. He's okay with that. You go back and watch later. That helps his channel. That's 2 views.
Yes.
Separate views. So that's fantastic.
I mean, I just, you know, take however long you need. It's a chonker.
It's called evergreen content. He makes the best evergreen content. Him and Drinker, really good about it. So go check out his new video.
Check it out.
Ready? Check it out. And Nina.
Thank you so much for having me on, Gary. As always, love the real BBC, and I was really down today, so you guys cheered me up. So thank you so much for having me. And tomorrow, I'm gonna be on my channel with Nick Rekieta for Breaking the Narrative. So come and hang out with me at 10 p.m. Eastern with Rackets. Rackets will be on, and Fridays, good news before Friday Night Tights. So we'll be talking about good news as always. So thank you again. Hey.
Awesome. We love Nick. Nick's
Yeah.
Nick's awesome.
Nick's wonderful.
He's fucking the best.
Yeah, he is. X-ray good.
Gary. So I I do stream on Twitch, Extra Girl 2077, and I have a YouTube channel, Poor Choices, POUR Choices, where we talk about reality television. And every Sunday, Dying Light. This dude
Boom.
and Garrett. It's fun. Lots
Last
of good
week
jokes.
was hilarious.
So funny. Laughs on laughs on laughs.
I was watching a little bit. You were getting alcohol from a locker room.
Yeah.
Who's?
Yeah, and then we throw it at the zombies. when
Yeah,
we
we
make
turn it
Molotovs.
into Molotovs, yeah, and then we throw it at zombies.
Okay. That totally makes sense.
That
We
makes
are dry, Gary. We are on the wagon on the game.
sense.
Judging? I wasn't judging.
More like throw it at Garrett. Oh my God.
I can't. Not, yeah. that's-
Friendly fire.
Friendly fire.
Yeah.
Shall we?
So I did want to mention this at the end. We lost one of our own very recently. I don't have a picture of him ready. Sorry. But if you go, John Bartolo. John Bartolo was a good friend of Geeks and Gamers. I know him and Jeremy and Ryan and Drunk were really tight. I mean, I met him. He let us use his studio for Friday Night Tights during the Vegas meetup. He was a very nice guy. I like just, dude, he was a massive, like he was a go-getter. He was just an alpha. He was the kind of guy who wanted to see other people succeeded, always had ideas going. I love this kind of person. And I try to model, my kind of reminds me of like what my pops was like a little bit. But my pops was not as high energy as John Bartolo was. John Bartolo passed away a couple of days ago. Suddenly, he was very young. I don't want to give too many more details than that. I don't know if there's going to be any services. Please, if you want to follow anybody at, Steph, My Nerdy Home, or even Jeremy, they would, or Ryan, I'm sure they'll keep you up to date on this, but he was a very, very good dude, and very instrumental behind the scenes. And, again, like opened up a studio for a complete stranger to go in and have a great time in. So I really appreciate it. I'm glad I got to meet him once. I was supposed to go on his show and I never did. And it's a regret. But yeah, F's in the chat for John Bartolo. May he rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Amen.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just never know when somebody's gonna be gone, right? So that happened. I was on a stream when Mel's dad died, and it was just sudden, and it's hard, and yeah, you just try to keep them in the memory and know that they're the kind of people that want you to keep moving on and keep plugging away. So I appreciate meeting the guy. I'm grateful I did for even once. So. Hail John Bartolo.
Hail John Bartolo. Rest
John.
in peace.
Yeah, and a special some extra love out there for Geeks and Gamers out there, because they're kind of hurting right now. So they're my friends. So thanks to everyone who for tuning in. We will be on Az's channel next week, 12 p.m. Central Time. What time is it in the UK again? Do you hit daylight savings? You get
daylight savings at the end of the month.
So ours is. Oh, it's at the end. We need to coordinate.
Ours is like next week.
Ours is next week.
Is it?
Oh God, is it? That means I'm
It's
going
gonna
to
be
Central
so
Time again.
I'm down with it because the sun stays out later. So I'm actually I like the sunlight, although I don't spend much time in it.
I'm chill with it, but it burns me. Like
27th of March for us.
27th of March, it's 13th for us.
So this coming weekend. Okay, 13th So this
Sunday, yeah. So it's
yeah.
Sunday.
Okay, so it's gonna be springing forward, aren't they? So it's gonna start at 11 Pacific, 1 Central, 2 Eastern. Is the start times for next week's
next week's, and then it's going to go back to 12 when you guys catch up with us.
Yeah, and the week after will be an hour. Will be
I think it's 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
2 weeks. It's going to be at 11.
We'll have to work it out.
We'll work it out. We'll work it out. We'll let you know.
I'm ordering clocks to put on my wall so that I have your times.
Yes.
I have like Pacific,
London.
Central, Eastern, and as.
And as.
As time, yeah.
Well, and MauLer. Okay, I'll put as and MauLer.
Right.
MauLer.
Fair enough.
So you got all that right in the chat? Okay, good.
More that'll be
They're
the
like
name.
writing it down.
I seriously adore you guys, my co-hosts and the chat, and I love doing the show. I have so much damn fun goofing around with you folks. Lord of the Rings video coming out soon. See you again. See you on Friday Night Tights. Who's our guest? Christian and Toto?
Christian Toto.
Yeah.
Toto from Hollywood in Toto. I keep on saying in Toto. Good guest. Wrote a great book. So that'll be fun. All right. So chat, it's gonna be a hard ending right here. No credits. Just
Ouch.
ciao, Bella.